Karen had found the cave by remembering some of the stories and rumours that she had heard over the last 2 years, and was very happy to find that the rumours were true, at least of a cave were true. Karen sat hidden in the hedge near a small clearing that was surrounded by woods for so long that she was sure that she would not be able to move. Karen was waiting to see if she could see that dragon again. She had already seen it a few times as it came and went from its cave. It was a dark green, both in the body and its wings, but his wings had a brown edging to them. The only thing that made this situation not very good was that she was wet, very cold, and starting to cough. It had taken 4 weeks of walking for her to get to where she was, and the weather was not giving her a break. Dracon knew several days ago that he was being watched as he would come and go from his cave, but since the person or persons had not tried anything, he was not disposed to do anything about it. However, the weather had turned colder and wetter, and by the 3rd day he wondered if there was something wrong with whomever it was that was watching him. So on the 4th morning he left his cave. The rain showed no sign of slowing down that day, as Dracon made his way around and came up behind whoever was there. To his surprise, it was a young female. She was clearly soaked. Her dark brownish-red hair was plastered to her head, and her clothing clung to her skin from the rains. He heard her coughing before he moved behind her. He could also see that she was ill-suited to be out in such conditions. She didn't even have a cloak. Slowly he made his way right up to her and stood just behind and above her when he asked, "Is there something I can help you with?" Karen spun around as she heard someone speak to her from behind, and as she did, found she was looking at 2 very large legs. She let her head look up until her eyes locked onto the dragon's face. Joy, appreciation, excitement and curiosity flooded through her. Then her mind slipped away from her and tumbled her into blackness. Dracon quickly caught the girl as she fainted. Dracon chuckled to himself because of the facial expressions that ran across the girl's face just before she dropped. None of them held any fear, which pleased him as well as made him very curious. Carefully, Dracon lifted and carried the girl to his cave and laid her down in his nest and covered her with a blanket, then went to start a fire in the cave and to think about starting some dinner. Karen woke with a headache that started at the top of her head and went to her toes, as well as the feeling that she was being watched. When she sat up, she found that she was. The dragon was looking right at her. "Good afternoon, young lady. How are you feeling?" "Not so good." "What happened?" Karen replied as she pulled the blanket around her more tightly. "I'm not sure, really. I found you hiding in a bunch of bushes, and when I came up behind you and asked if I could help you, you turned, stared at me for a long time, then fainted. It's a reaction that I get from time to time, but usually it's caused by fear. With you, I smelled none. So why were you hiding in the bushes for 3 days?" Dracon tilted his head to the side. "I was hoping to get a few good looks at you." Karen blushed as she said that. "I'm fascinated by stories of dragons." Karen had to stop talking because she started coughing. Dracon moved closer with a concerned look on his face. "Child, are you well? I heard you coughing a few times now and the strength and frequency seems to be increasing." "I think I caught a cold. I have been travelling for 4 weeks and—" Karen started, but the coughing came back. "Child, why were you out at all? I would think your parents are scared out of their minds with worry." He paused as a thought came to him. "You left with only the clothes on your back, didn't you?" Karen looked right at him. "Yes. I ran away because my parents didn't like the fact that I was collecting stories and rumours about dragons. They had gone out to a friend's for the evening, so I thought I had time to go through some of my parchments and check an idea I had. They must have forgotten something because they caught me. My father burned all my parchments, then turned on me. I have never seen my father so outraged. He actually tried to strike me, and that's when I ran." Karen was taken by another coughing fit that left her too exhausted to continue talking. Dracon moved right up to the nest, and with a wave of his hand sent the girl into slumber, then called up his healing spells to help the girl get better. He decided to let the girl sleep the spell off and left the cave to hunt. Karen woke feeling better than she had in over 2 weeks. Karen slowly got up and out of the nest, which made her giggle to herself that she had been sleeping in a dragon's nest. She must have giggled out loud too, because the dragon looked up from where he was sitting, looking out the front of the cave. "Good afternoon, child. How do you feel?" "Better. Thank you for healing me. I really hadn't realised that I had gotten that bad." "You should have come to the cave when you first got here." Draken got up and moved to the table. "Please join me. I have made a stew for you. I do hope you like it." "I'm sure I will. Thank you, my lord," Karen said shyly. "Now none of that lord stuff. I'm no one's lord, and don't want to be," he said with a grin to his face that he hoped wouldn't scare the girl. "So tell me more about this curiosity about dragons that you seem to have." Karen moved to the table and sat on a bench across from the dragon. He took a bowl, dished up the stew, more like he tipped the pot of stew into the bowl and placed it before her. She took a bit or two, then began. "I guess it started about when I was 7 or 8. A travelling storyteller came through town and held a show. He told several. One was of some great battle. Another was of how a dragon would trick towns into giving the dragon virgins. Now where have I heard that one before?" thought Draken as the girl continued. The last was about a girl that fell in love with a dragon and what they went through to be together. Unfortunately, the story ended badly. I will have to say that it was that one that I liked the best, at least the first part of it. After that, I started listening to more stories and writing them down. There was even a story that a girl from our own town was taken over 100 years ago, but there were no relatives of the girl left in town to get more details about the story, so I had to let it go. Then I started collecting rumours of dragon sightings too. That was what I was looking up. I had heard a new rumour that someone had seen a dragon in this area, and I wanted to check it against another tale from 2 years ago. That is truly amazing and a little disturbing. I've lived here for almost 200 years and thought I was being careful. I must be losing my touch. Were there only the two? He smiled sideways at her. So far. She smiled at him. I'd love to have you read the stories you've collected, but then your father burned them, didn't he? Actually, it was just the most current ones. The others I kept at my grandmother's. She's the one that taught me to read and write and helped me get started with the project. That's one thing that in 500 years I have not been able to learn. My mother wasn't very good with either, and then with taking care of my sister and me, believe you me, we were a handful. She had little time for much else. Draken chuckled as he remembered just how much trouble he was. Do dragons have a written language? I had heard that you do have an oral language. We don't have a written language. Though over the last 300 years I have come to wish we had. The brain can only hold so much and for so long, it would seem. We do have other ways of keeping the oral histories, but those are not as easy to get to, nor are they able to be taken to any place to be listened to. As the dragon had been talking, Karen began thinking. The beginning of an idea was working its way into her head. I know that in some of the larger cities there are records and libraries that have been kept for hundreds of years, and if the parchment becomes hard to read, the information is painstakingly copied to a new piece. Is this something that you would like to start? Karen's excitement was growing quickly at the prospect of working on a dragon library. It would be an interesting experiment. Once a record of an event was recorded, it would be a little thing to place a spell on it so that the parchment would not age and would not need to be replaced. Draken said, after thinking a moment and liking the idea. I wonder what would happen if a being with that spell got into those large libraries. Karen started giggling and was joined by hisses from the dragon. My lady, you almost make it sound like a challenge. We should discuss that at another time. There is a question that I need to ask. What am I to do with you? You have nothing to take care of yourself with, and I don't have what you would need here. I would think that your grandmother is as worried as your mother and father. Karen sat in thought for some time, then looked at the dragon. Would it be worth room and board, shelter and food, that is, in trade for teaching you how to read and write, as well as helping you to record the stories that I'm sure you know as well as what others of your kind can tell us? Draken sat up and looked down at the girl and smiled. It might. I don't think you would eat me out of house and home. You don't look like the type." The girl laughed. Draken thought it was a great laugh. "But there are things that you're going to need. The pot for the stew I had from when my mother first came to see the cave," Draken said, wanting to test the girl's reaction. He also felt that he could tell this girl anything and she would keep it to herself if asked. This statement caught the girl off guard, as Draken had intended. "Why would your mother need to use a pot to make a stew? I would think it wouldn't be enough." Draken could see she was curious. "If you must know, and will most likely be, one of the first stories that you write down for me, my mother is human." "What?" Karen was all but floored. "Is that really possible? But you said, I think, that you're 500 years old." "You're quick. Yes, I'm 503 as of last summer. My mother is human and both my mother and father are doing quite well. A gift of the gods, you could say, has allowed my mother to remain with us." Draken hated telling lies, but he didn't want to tell this girl everything right away without knowing her a little better. "I must hear all of it. Once I have parchment and ink, you are going to have to tell me the whole story. I'm almost going crazy of curiosity now, but I can wait, I think." She looked at him with a look of hunger in her eyes. Draken hissed his amusement at the little red head. She was all but bouncing. "You are a curiosity in yourself. First, not being scared of me, and know this. I have known many young people in my time, but none have reacted to anything like I have seen you do." Draken studied the girl for a few more moments, then looked around his cave. "I could easily create large shelves along that wall." He pointed with his claw. "But you would need a place to sleep. I could see both dragons and humans coming to see this arrangement for a variety of reasons. I will have to think on this. I would, however, recommend that I take you back to your home so that you can get some of your own belongings." If my father hadn't thrown them out, he had been acting strange for a few months and it was getting worse. Karen looked down at the table. "Do you think he is a danger to your mother? I detest males that force or hurt females for their own pleasure." Draken let the hate of what he said into his voice. "I don't truly know. I know my grandmother would never allow it, but if she doesn't know about it, she can't put a stop to it." Karen sat quiet, wondering if she should have gone to her grandmother before leaving. Draken thought for quite some time. He truly didn't know if he wanted the responsibility of taking care of the girl, but he really did want to learn what she offered and to start the project that she had suggested. In the end, he came to the conclusion that it was an experiment that was worth trying. "My dear, I think I will take you up on that offer, but I think it is best to see you get some of your own things, like clothing and bedding, as well as the stories that you have already written down. I don't have much to buy things with, but the less personal items I have to get, the more food and other stuff I can get for you. What do you say to that?" "Sir, I believe you have yourself a teacher." Karen and Draken were both smiling at each other. "Very good. Now all I need to do is find out where your town is." "The town's called Riversand. It's about 4 weeks' walk from here. That would take all of about half a day to get there. Wait, let me get my map out and see if it's already on it." Draken moved quickly over to a pile of things and took out a large roll of parchment. He came back to the table and laid it out. Karen was marvelling at the fact that the dragon walked on 2 legs, not 4, but sat as though he did. "About 300 years ago, I had the chance to work with a map maker for about 3 months, and he showed me how to measure distances and draw them out. Now we're here. 4 weeks out would be here." And he made a semicircle with his claw. "Now which direction did you come from?" "Southwest. Here it is, Riversand. You already have it marked." Karen paused to look over the map. It was well done. "You did a very good job for someone that can't read and write yet." "I think the map maker thought I could and so showed me only what I needed for doing this work. Mum did help with the names though, but I think we could get to your town by this evening. That is if we leave soon after you finish eating." Karen looked down to realise that she had only taken a few bites before she was distracted. She chuckled and started to eat some more. But Karen's stomach was not up to handling too much. even though she did feel better and stopped. "Is there something wrong with the stew? I could reheat it." No, I just don't think I can eat anymore. And if we're going to be flying, I don't want to have an overstuffed and somewhat grumpy tummy." "Good thinking. If you want, I can finish that up for you. I hate for it to go to waste." She handed him the bowl, and with a quick flick of his tongue, the bowl was empty and clean. Karen was mesmerised. The same went for the cooking pot. Draken then got up and went to a high shelf, took a small box off of it, and opened it. Once he took out 2 small pouches, he put the box back on the shelf. Then he went over to some of the things in the corner of the cave and took up 2 large sacks. One he rolled up and placed into the other. "So should we be going?" Draken turned to the girl. She got up and walked to him. "Yes, we should, but how?" This time she tilted her head at him. "You'll sit at the base of my neck and hold on to the leather strap that is around my neck. You may want to wrap the carrying bag strap around your wrists just for extra security. It will be a long flight." And slid the handle of the sack down his neck. With that, Karen got into place and did wrap her wrists with the extra strap and held on. Draken was filled with a strange feeling as he felt the girl lean forwards, twisting her wrists into the strap, then tucked them into the other, and all but hugging him. He was fully aware of her breasts pressing against his neck as well as other parts of her body, even though it was through her clothes. Then he realised that he had been having other strange feelings since he met this girl. He decided to wait for another time to think about them. After waiting a moment for the girl to get settled, he walked out of the cave and launched into the air. It was late evening when they walked quietly up to the back of the small house. Karen knocked on the door and heard someone coming. "Who's there? What do you want?" asked an old woman. "Grandma, it's Karen." And before Karen could say another word, the door flew open and an old woman all but ran out and took Karen into her arms. Draken smiled at the scene, but then realised he had never asked the girl what her name was, and he could not remember if he had given his. After a few moments, the old woman pulled back. "Girl, where the hell have you been? You've taken years of my life from me with all the worrying I've been doing." "Grandma, it's all right. I came back to get a few things, but I'll be leaving again," Karen replied. "Not before you tell me what the hell happened, and maybe not even then," the woman said with force. "Grandma, can we talk inside then?" "We? Who's we?" The grandmother looked around into the darkness, and Draken stepped into the light. He was dressed in a dark green tunic and brown breeches with a large leather baldric over a shoulder and across his chest. "Greetings, wise one. I hope our arrival hasn't caused you too many problems," Draken said with a slight bow. Sarah looked at him for a moment, and the only word she could get out of her mouth was, "Wow." Karen had to agree. The dragon looked very good in his human form. "Grandmother, this is..." Karen turned slightly to Draken. "I'm Drac." Draken added quickly, "Your granddaughter and I have a shared interest in dragon stories," and smiled. This seemed to wake her up. "Well, if you're a friend of Karen's, then you're welcome here. Please come in." Karen's grandmother led them to a table and had them sit. "Now I want to hear what happened, and why you didn't come to me. There are things that you need to know too." Karen told the reason why she ran away, but paused and looked to Drac. He could tell she was wondering how much to tell. "Karen, I think of all the people here, your grandmother should be told the truth." He turned to the old one. "My lady, my full name is Dracon. 5 days ago, I noticed Karen hiding and what appeared to be watching my cave. Yesterday, after a large storm, I found her still hiding there. It was silly, but I snuck up on her and asked if she needed any help. I should have just walked up to her from the front. She turned around, looked at me and fainted, but I could smell no fear about her. I took her into my cave and when she woke began telling me a very interesting story, but it was interrupted by very bad coughs. After the 3rd bout of these, I helped her to sleep and found that the cold she had gone into her lungs as well as giving her a high fever. I took out the infection and healed what was needed. When she woke this morning, she was much better." Then we talked in more detail of her desire to learn of dragons and the stories about them. I have in the past had many of the same thoughts as Karen of writing down these stories. But as my people don't have a written language, as well as the fact that I never learned to read or write the human language, I was at a loss. Karen has offered to teach me in trade for food and shelter, as well as the chance to record and gather more stories. The old one looked at him, then at Karen, and then back. Son, are you telling me that you're a dragon? Yes. Draken finished for her. She just sat there. Grandma, it's all right. Karen tried to reassure her. But he looks human. The woman looked at Draken very closely. He has a spell that can make himself look this way. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to be inside the house. He's huge. And giggled. Her grandmother turned with a look of disgust, but then started laughing too. Draken just smiled. Karen, sweetheart, I have a few things you can take, unless your dragon student here has human house and cooking things. Karen giggled again, and Draken barked a big laugh. Draken was pleased that the old one had accepted things so well. I have only a few things, my lady. Please call me Sarah or Grandma. I respond to both. The three talked for a while until it came time for the old one to tell what was going on at Karen's home. Karen, your mother isn't doing very well. After you left, she stopped talking. When I would go over to check on her, I would find a new bruise on her, and when I would ask about it, your father would get mad and tell me that Marion was becoming a klutz and hurting herself. I know my daughter, and that just wouldn't happen. Until this morning, she had stayed at my house. She had been here for about 3 days. I knew he had been hurting her and she needed to be looked after, but then he all but drug her out of here and told me that he would beat the hell out of me if I went back to see her again. I'm worried. Karen, why don't you gather the stories you have here, then we can go to your mother's both to get your things from there, as well as check on your mother. When we're done there, we can come back here before we leave. Draken paused, taking a moment to breathe and calm himself. He had a strange feeling. If there is one thing I can't and won't stand for, it's a male that chooses to hurt someone they claim to love. Draken said, his voice cold and controlled. Karen got up and gathered the parchments that she had, and a small shoulder bag so that she could carry them without damage. When she was finished, she returned to the main room. Draken was still sitting at the table, not looking too happy. She then put the bag on a chair as the others got to their feet and walked to the front door. Karen and Sarah grabbed cloaks from the wall. Then, to Draken's surprise, Sarah grabbed another cloak and tossed it over his shoulders. Lady Sarah, I really don't need this. I'm over warm as it is. Someone might think it's strange. You should try to blend in with what people are doing. It's cold out there to us and we would not go out without. How Karen managed for 4 weeks, I'll never know. Besides, it's been a long time since someone wore my late husband's cloak. Draken could tell there was no arguing the point, so he smiled down at her and nodded his agreement and settled the cloak. I have one big question. What do we tell my father? There's no way I'm telling him the truth, Karen asked. If it comes up, then you should simply tell Martin that Drax's your husband. It may help us to get in and to see that he behaves, Sarah replied. I don't care for lying, but in this instance, if it comes up, then that is what we can do. Draken finished. Draken opened the door and let the ladies precede him through and closed the door behind him. The three walk across a large open field, finally coming to the front of another house. Sarah walked up to the door and gave it several good thumps. There were several loud noises from inside and grew as whoever got closer. Finally, the door flew open. What do you want, you old hag? Queried the man that stood there. He was just a little taller than Draken had made himself. I came to check on my daughter, and I came with someone who wanted to see you, stated Sarah. Before Karen's father could say anything, Karen stepped up to stand beside her grandmother. Hello, father. I came to get some of my things, she said, trying not to sound scared. For a moment he was stunned, then his face filled with rage. You ungrateful cow! How dare you think to come back and get anything? I'll teach you. And he raised his hand to strike when suddenly Draken jumped around Karen to stand between the two, with Karen's father's hand held in place. You will not touch her! Draken yelled with only a slight growl. "Who the hell are you? Take your hand off me! Who the hell is she to you?" Karen's father spat back. "She's my wife, so you will keep your hands to yourself," Draken replied with feeling. "Your wife? So that's what the little slut ran off for? Well, the bitch is your problem now, so let go of me and get the hell away from my house," Karen's father yelled back. Draken was near to losing his control. He grabbed the man by the front of his tunic and was going to say something when two things happened. The first was that Karen spoke. "Drac, he isn't worth it. He's just a small man with little brains." Draken would have let him go at that point if he had not heard a small moan, and then the scent of bruised flesh assaulted his nose. Dragon senses are very strong. Draken, still holding Karen's father, lifted him from the doorway, making room for the two women to get through. "Sarah, Karen, go check Marion, quickly!" Both women ran into the house as Karen's father tried to yell for them to stop, that they had no right to go in. Then both Karen and Sarah called for Draken. He all but threw the man away from him as if he were nothing and ran into the room. Karen was crying as she stood at the end of the bed, and Sarah was seated at the side looking over all the injuries that her daughter seemed to have. "What did he do to her?" Karen asked in between sobs. "He beat the hell out of her. The doctor is out of town and won't be back until tomorrow sometime," Sarah was saying as she was smoothing the hair of her unconscious daughter away from her face. "Draken, please, can you help her? She has to be in a lot of pain. Please, you can have anything from me that you..." cried Karen as she went running to Draken and wrapped her arms around him. He gave a brief hug, then placed his hands on her shoulders, pushing her back just a little, and to look into her eyes as she looked up at him. "Karen, it's all right. I will help her. I would never leave a person this injured to wait for help." He let her go and walked over to the bed and called his energies and spells to him, and sent it into the woman in front of him. Draken had learned long ago in cases like this, heal only the inside so that others may see what had been done. In this case, there was a lot to heal on the inside. As Draken worked from the top down, he found several bones that were broken and bleeding on the inside. Then he made a small discovery. Marion, Karen's mother, was pregnant, and the child, who was too small to say if it was a male or female, was just fine, thankfully. When Draken finished, Marion sighed and fell into a deep sleep. "She'll be better now. I have placed a sleep spell on her that should last for about 6 hours. It will give her body time to balance itself." "How can you be done? You haven't done anything," Sarah complained. "I have healed all that was damaged on the inside. I can heal the rest later after your town elders have seen and talked to her about what happened. What is on the outside is evidence to what that animal did." At just that moment, Karen's father came screaming into the room. "Get away from her! Get out of here!" Draken leapt and grabbed the man before he had taken more than 2 steps into the room. "You foul piece of crap! You will not go near any of these women. You have almost killed the one that you made a promise to protect. If I didn't know that it would cause more harm than good, I would kill you here and now." The man had been struggling when his brain realized that the one holding him was far stronger than any man should be. "What kind of man are you?" Draken pulled him very close and whispered into his ear. "I'm not a man. I am Dragon." Then the man dropped into sleep. Karen watched, then saw her father go limp. "Drac, what did you do?" Her voice trembling. "Don't worry. I have only placed a sleep spell on him as well. It's stronger and will last longer than the one I place on your mother." And he laid the man on the floor. Karen was very relieved when she saw her father's chest rise and fall from breathing. Dragon looked down into the face of Karen and saw fear for the first time, and he felt his heart shatter. "I would suggest that we take Marion to Sarah's house, and then one of you go and get one of the town elders to view the evidence." "That's a very good idea, son. Karen, go and get Elder John. Drac would please carry Marion for me." Draken moved to the bed and took the woman in his arms and carried her out the door into her mother's house. Karen went running off into the darkness, but soon returned dragging another man. When he saw Marion and had heard what had happened, he went to get some of the others. Drakon sat at the table and decided that Karen should stay and take care of her mother, which meant that he would be leaving alone. "Drak, is there something wrong? Have I?" Karen asked tentatively, as she came up next to him. "No, you've done nothing. I was just thinking it might be better if you stayed to take care of your mother. If I stay, I would like for you to stay as well. I did give you my word that I would teach you. That was in return for something else altogether. Your mother is going to need a lot of help. You're going to be a sister in about 8 months, I think." "What?" Karen was stunned. "Your mother is pregnant. She's going to need a lot of help," Drak stated. "But we told Elder John that you were my husband. People are going to ask a lot of questions if you leave without me. Besides, I still need to get those stories from you," Karen said firmly. Drakon looked up and her eyes caught his, and to his surprise, the fear that he saw was leaving. "Karen, you can't know what you're asking. I also saw the look in your eyes. You were scared of me." And he turned away from her. "No, I wasn't." Karen reached out and turned his head back. "Yes, I was scared, but it wasn't of you. I did fear for a moment that you were going to kill Martin. That's my father's name. But I'm more scared of what he's going to do when he wakes up. If I were scared of you, would I have gone in search of you? Would I have flown with you without hesitation? Believe you me, that was fun." And she smiled at him. "Or made the deal I did with you. You have a lot to learn about me. I don't get scared off that easily from something I want." For the first time, Drakon felt an overwhelming feeling to take Karen into his arms, but there was a noise just outside the door, and when it opened, several people came in and went straight to Marion's room. There were exclamations, and one man came out of the room looking like he was going to be sick. After several minuets, another man came out of the room and began asking questions of Drakon. Drakon recounted what had happened from the time that he had grabbed and thrown Martin out of the doorway so that Sarah and Karen could get in, and that he was a minor healer. His biggest talents being bone setting and sleep casting, which was why Marion's arm, ribs, jaw and cheekbones were healed. Marion would still need another doctor, and still hurt a lot, which was the biggest reason why he had sent her to sleep. The pain would be less when she woke. That was when Drakon realised that no one was asking how he had met and married Karen. This he kept to himself too. If no one asked, then he wouldn't tell. A short time later, after all of the men had left, Sarah herself came out of the room. "So what are you two going to do now?" she asked. "I think now that Martin is being taken care of and Marion is in good hands that I should be leaving before too many more questions are asked." He would have stood to leave, but he would have had to push Karen out of the way. "He thinks I should stay, but I told him if he leaves, then I leave with him." Karen jumped in. Sarah chuckled and shook her head. She knew her granddaughter. "I can understand you wanting to leave Drak, but I would feel much better if you stayed. Marion's not out of the woods yet from this, I would guess. Yes, she's going to need you too, my dear, very much. So, I am going to propose that you stay through tomorrow at least, just to be on the safe side. It will give us a chance to get Karen's things together as well. After that, the two of you can leave, if you still feel you need to," Sarah said as she looked back and forth between the two. "I think I can live with what my grandma has suggested." She looked to Drakon, her eyes pleading for him to stay. He wondered if this was how his father had felt after his mother had taken him back. He also began to understand the feelings that were flooding him. There was something more to this girl. This woman and he found himself wanting very much to find out all he could. "And I would say with that look on his face that you both will be staying. But because I know that you two aren't married, you will be sleeping in separate rooms," said Sarah, causing Draken's jaw to hit the floor and Karen to start sputtering. "Well, how else would you describe the fact that you moved into his arms that he didn't know he wrapped around you?" The two looked at each other, and indeed his arms were around her, and she was all but sitting in his lap. The two let go of each other and looked back to Sarah as she started laughing. They had to join in. That night, Sarah and Karen traded off watching Marion. Draken stayed up talking with Karen for a little longer, but finally had to go to sleep. He forgot that when he was in human form, it took a lot more out of him to cast spells, and he had done that on top of flying for half a day among other things. Draken woke the next morning to the smell of something very good. He got up and left the bedroom to find Karen fixing something. "Karen, I thought you would still be sleeping. And what is that wonderful smell?" "I woke early and sent Grandma to bed. And what smells good is breakfast, of course." "Oh, that's right, you said your mother didn't do that much cooking. Come, sit. You must be hungry. And since I know Grandma doesn't want to loose any of her sheep, this will have to do." Draken knew she was playing with him and found he liked it. Some of a tease that his father had used once came into his head. "What if what you're making isn't what I want to have for breakfast?" He stared at her with a silly, hungry look on his face as he looked her up and down, and he liked what he saw. It made her giggle, and as she moved close to place his plate in front of him, he reached out and took hold of her hand. Karen's heart jumped as he took her hand. She became very warm and her breathing quickened, but Karen had no intention of pulling away but didn't have a clue what to do next. Draken, in a slow move, pulled her closer and onto his lap, hoping that it wouldn't scare her. He could feel that she was already trembling. Then again, so was he. He knew what this could lead to. He had secretly watched his mother and father together on many different occasions. But he had not been with anyone, dragon or human. He hadn't found anyone that he even felt would understand him or understand what he was. "This is something we need to talk about, I think," Karen said, breaking into his thoughts. "We can't rush into what our bodies might want." She leaned down very close to his face and whispered into his ear. "You being here is evidence that humans and dragons can, well, you know, and produce." She was quite red with embarrassment. Draken thought it was really cute. "And we don't know how much easier it will be for you to sire children with a human. Not that I wouldn't want to try, but there are risks that we need to talk about. But for now." She pulled back just a little and placed her lips to Draken's. Her eyes were closed as she kissed him. Draken's free hand came up to cup her face and kissed just as tenderly as he could, or at least he hoped so. He liked the feel of her lips and could tell there was a fire behind them if she were to let go. Karen broke the kiss before Draken wanted to, and sat just looking at her. Then she giggled again. "Now eat, before it gets cold." Karen got up and moved to the other side of the table, dished up a second plate, sat down and started eating too. Draken finished what was given to him and got up and dished himself up a second helping, which there was plenty of. The food was really good and he was really hungry. It was mid-morning when one of the elders came with his wife Susan, who had been friends with Marion since they were children, to check on Marion and to tell them that Martin was awake and screaming. After checking on Marion, the man came out to talk. "If it's all right, Susan said she'd sit with Marion for you if you needed to get some rest or take care of other things. I fear your father has lost his mind." The man made a strange face. "Do you know if he has been taking anything or if he hit his head somehow that might have caused this change?" the man asked Karen. "No, sir. He hasn't been sick either. That was why I ran away. He raised his hand to strike me. He'd never done that before. And I had the feeling that if he started, he wasn't going to stop." Karen replied with a fearful shudder. "You should have gone to your grandmother or even to one of us, my dear. But then you wouldn't have found and married this man. Marion looks to be doing much better this morning. How long will your healer's sleep last?" He looked to Draken. "My mother was awake this morning, but Grandma gave her a tea to help her relax. She was scared Martin would come to get her. She fell asleep again after she had finished drinking it. If Drac hadn't been with us, she could have been—" Karen stopped as the tears started to fall down her face. Draken got up, moved around the table, sat on the bench and took her into his arms as she wept. Draken found his anger returning and was very glad Karen's father was not near. The man excused himself with a soft smile on his face, which left Karen and Draken alone. Finally, Karen was able to get the crying stopped. "Thank you," she whispered. "For what?" Draken asked. "Holding me. It feels very good." Karen snuggled into his chest. He tightened his arms around her and laid his cheek to the top of her head. "And strangely enough, you feel very good in my arms. But I fear I need to let you go to take care of some frustrations. My anger is returning from the memories of last night, and I need to do something destructive or I might go hunt down your father. The other thing is that, if I don't let you go, that other room is going to see some use that I don't think you grandmother would appreciate." "That's putting it mildly." She chuckled. "Would destructive but helpful work for the other need?" "It would if it was strenuous enough. What did you have in mind?" She'd done it again and gotten his curiosity going. "Chopping wood. Come, I'll show you." He let her go with great effort and followed her outside. She pointed to a small woodpile and an axe. He looked around and saw nothing that needed to be cut, so after kissing her on the cheek, walked off into the woods but returned shortly after dragging a large tree, which he began to break apart with his bare hands before going for the axe. After checking on her mother and Susan, who was sitting next to the bed doing some sewing, Karen went off to tend the animals. Sarah awoken and went to check on Marion. To her surprise, Susan, Elder Parker's wife, was sitting there. The two talked for a few minuets about why Susan was there, but Sarah told her that she didn't have to stay during the day, but if she would come back in the evening after dinner to sit with Marion, then it would let Karen and Sarah have more time to sleep. Susan agreed and left. Marion woke a short time later, and just as her mother was going to leave the room to get some food, there was a sound at the door. Thinking it might be Karen coming to check on things, Sarah opened the door and froze. There, standing in front of her, was Martin. There was an ear-splitting scream from the house and Draken went running. He found a sight so horrifying that he went into a killing rage instantly. Martin was standing at the doorway to Marion's room with sword in hand, but the sword was all the way through Sarah. Drakon roared as best as his human throat would let him and grabbed Martin and threw the man head first through the wall of the house. He turned to see Sarah hitting the floor, blood flowing freely from the wound the sword had left, the sword having been pulled out of her when Draken grabbed Martin. Draken didn't even hesitate as he called his healing energy up and sent it to her. Marion was up out of the bed and took hold of her mother just as Karen got to the door. Then Sarah opened her eye. "What happened?" Karen asked, her voice trembling again. "Martin got away from the others. He stabbed Sarah with a sword. I grabbed him and threw him through the wall." Draken's voice was cold, which made the others look strangely at him. "Sarah will be fine." He didn't know if he would have said more, but was given no chance as several men with weapons came running into the house. Draken turned to meet this new threat, but was stopped by Karen. She jumped between the men and Draken. "Draken, stop, they're here for Martin." She turned to the men. "He's outside." She pointed. Two of the men turned and went back out the door. The last man put his weapon away and asked what happened after he looked around the room. Marion was almost in hysterics and yelled, "He stabbed her. I could see the end of the sword. He ran it all the way through her. She should be dead. No healer can heal a death blow like she took." But before anyone could say anything, one of the men that went to get Martin came back. "Martin's dead. His neck is broken, most likely when he went through the wall." All but Karen stared at Draken. "Thought you said you were a minor healer, boy. How could you have done all of this?" asked Parker. "He didn't want the world to know." "Son, it's all right. They've seen wizards before," Sarah said before any could answer. "Grandmother Sarah, I don't like telling falsehoods. If the people here become troubled by me after knowing the truth, then I will simply leave. But the truth is the best way to explain what has happened." Draken replied, still in that detached calm. "Then please do so before my brain explodes," asked Parker. "Very well." And he told the full story. "When I came in and saw what he had done, I went into a rage. Once I was rid of him, I healed Sarah." With that, the rage drained away from him, and he turned and sat on the bench next to the table. Sarah got up and walked shakily to Draken. I have heard many stories of dragons and believe I have even heard a few about you. Those stories told that you were different than all other dragons because of your high moral character. If you weren't here, there is no telling what would have come of this family, and I am very glad that you are now a part of it. She leaned down and took him into her arms and held him, and he welcomed it as he let himself begin to weep over what he had just done. He had never killed another thinking being before, and it shook him to the core. He was keenly aware of Karen coming to sit beside him and wrapping her arms around him as well. He couldn't help but let one of his go around her, after who knew how long Parker found his tongue. A dragon that weeps for... Parker shook his head. He's not a dragon. Dragons can't cry. Yes, they can. And yes, he is a dragon. Couldn't you hear the growl when you came in? Karen said with conviction. Draken, how are you doing? Do you need to go back to your normal form? I can hold out for a little while yet, we have things to get. He stopped and looked at the hole in the wall. And I guess I get to learn woodcraft too because I have a wall to fix. This caused everyone there to start laughing, releasing the tension that had built up in the room. Karen was holding Draken and still trying to get herself under control when another man ran to the door. Parker, he killed him. He killed John. Who? Who killed John? Asked Parker. Martin. Once we saw that Martin was dead, I ran to the other house to check. Martin killed John and young Ben is unconscious, but I couldn't find any wounds other than a crack to the head. What the hell was wrong with him? Was Parker's only statement. I should go check the one that's unconscious and make sure he's all right. Head wounds can be bad. Draken stated calmly to Karen. The matter was dropped and the two men left to take care of the bodies. Draken went quickly to the other house and returned a short time later and told the women that the young man would be just fine. He'd have a headache, but he would be fine. Parker said nothing more about him being a dragon, but Draken had the feeling that it would get out anyway and he didn't care. Karen was all for leaving without going back to the other house, but knew she needed what was there. Then she had an idea. Draken, just before we left you took 2 small pouches from a strong box. May I ask what was in the sacks? Gold. Why? That's what I thought it might have been. Most people in town don't deal with raw gold. There is a gold merchant that will exchange it for coin. That would be good. It will give the men time to take care of things before we go and get your things from the house. You don't... He was given no chance to finish the statement, because Karen planted a very passionate kiss on him that took his breath and his words away and left him wobbly in the legs. They broke apart to laughter and someone saying, "He's definitely staying." Karen and Draken held each other and joined in the laughter. A short time later, Draken and Karen went into town to exchange the gold he had. The experience for Draken was in itself an education. Draken really had never understood the whole money thing. Once they were finished there, Draken saw someone loading a wagon with some lumber and remembered that he had to fix Sarah's wall. Karen was shocked and almost intervened while Draken was setting up for the repair of the wall. She was very surprised that he had arranged for the man to also check the roof of Sarah's house, as well as her mother's, and make any repairs that were needed. When all was finished, he was 25 silver pieces lighter. Draken, had I known you had that little experience with using coin, I would have helped you. I don't understand. Draken really was confused. You just paid enough for that man not only to fix the wall but to rebuild that side of the house as well as redoing the roofs of both houses, Karen pointed out. Really, then you should have jumped in. And you're right, I don't normally use coin, just gold. Why don't you let me do the rest of the buying and you just hold the money and watch? It won't take long to see how things work. Karen smiled at him. Draken was amused as well as curious, so he let her do the rest. Karen had been right. Draken really didn't know what he was doing when it came to buying things. He also realised possibly why his mother's town liked him so much. They were making a fortune off of him. He chuckled to himself. Well, next time he wasn't going to be such a pushover, not with the education he just got. It was about 2 hours later when they returned to Sarah's. Karen and Draken knew they had bought more than Draken could carry, meaning that they didn't have enough big sacks for him to carry it in, but thought it a good idea to get it now. Then Draken could just come back and get it from Sarah's cellar later. Draken had only used one small nugget out of one of the bags of gold, but now had a pouch of coins too, so Draken decided to give Sarah a small amount of gold to save for future emergencies. Sarah was going to refuse until Draken used his charm and wit to convince her. In the end, she took it, because he kept calling her child or little one, which is why he did it. Karen, in the meantime, had stopped at her mother's to see what there was of her things, and she wasn't surprised when she found most of what she cared about torn and broken. It didn't take long for her to gather what she could and leave. All was just about ready to be taken out to the field behind the house, when Sarah, with a funny smile to her face, asked, "So are you going to marry my granddaughter?" Draken looked at Sarah for a moment, then looked at Karen. Draken had never felt anything like he did as he looked at her. He never expected to find someone that even remotely wanted him. Most dragons knew what he was and wanted nothing to do with him, except to control him because of the amount of power he had. Even though Karen had told him in more ways than one that she was interested in him as a mate, he knew that she really wanted the stories and the knowledge that he had. Would she want him? He hoped she did. "In all of my life, I have never known anyone that has sparked the feelings I have felt since meeting you. You are the bravest being I have ever met, and the most hungry for knowledge that I have ever seen. You know what I am and are not afraid or repulsed by that. I am both man and dragon, and if you will have me, I will give you all of me and more." Draken opened his arms to Karen, not knowing what else to do. Karen looked him in the face for a moment and liked what she saw. Then a soft smile moved onto hers. Karen moved into his open arms. "I was in love with you from the first moment my eyes fell on you. And no, it's not just for the stories or the knowledge that you hold. Your heart shines like a beacon in the night, and it led my heart to you. If you are willing to give me all that you are, then how could I not give you the same? I am only one small being, but I would give you all, body, mind, and soul that I have to give." It was a surprise to all but Sarah as a man's voice was heard. "I now pronounce you man and wife." Draken and Karen turned to look at the man. Karen knew the man. He was the padre from the church in town. However, she didn't let go of Draken, and he held her just as strongly. "So were you rehearsing your wedding vows or reliving them for Sarah?" the man asked. Draken shrugged. "So may I kiss the bride?" He had a huge smile on his face. "Of course you can," the man said with a chuckle. Draken turned back to Karen to see her smiling as big as he was, and leaned down and gave her a very passionate kiss that Karen returned with just as much passion. Draken was very happy. When he and Karen broke the kiss, she made no move to leave his arms, and he was reluctant to let her go too, but he wanted to go home. "Love, we need to get the rest of the supplies to the field. I want to get us home." Karen let him go with a quick kiss to the nose and shoved him towards a waiting pile of stuff. "Then you better get the pile outside, dear husband. I want to get home just as much as you." Karen gave him that hungry look, and Draken all but ran out of the house with an armload of things. Sarah and the padre started laughing. An hour later, all the supplies were bagged and waiting in the field. Karen and Draken were waiting for Sarah to come out of her house. "My love, are you sure you want to do this? I know most of these people. They're going to have an enormous shock. What happens if they try something against us?" Karen asked, with only a little fear to her voice. "If they were that ready to do something, they would already be about to do it. By the time they get done screaming and running around like the world is about to come to an end, we will be in the air and heading for home. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you." Draken leaned down and kissed Karen quickly. He might have done more, but he saw Sarah and the padre walking out of the house. He caressed Karen's cheek, then walked away from her to have room to change. There was some of the screaming and running that he expected, but not as much as he feared. Most went to see to their flocks that for some reason didn't react at all. Karen couldn't help it. She sighed when he finished and stood again as his dragon self. Draken heard this, of course, and smiled. Karen waved to her grandmother as Draken took the now 3 sacks and placed them over his neck. Sarah waved back and yelled to them that she would see them next month. The padre was so stunned that he just stood there and watched as the young Karen got onto the back of a dragon. And as the two took to the air, he had to ask, "Sarah, did I just marry your granddaughter to a dragon?" Sarah looked at him with a grin on her face. "Padre, do you think I would have let her go if she wasn't married to him?" He couldn't help it as a small smile crossed his face. "No, I don't think you would have. I wish you had told me what I was walking in on. How am I going to explain this one to my superiors?" "I don't think you should tell anyone. At least not until we see how well this works out. There's just something about that dragon that just, I don't know, made me believe him. There was nothing magical about him until he healed Marion, or stopped Martin, but he was so honest and open that even if he tried to tell a lie, it would show like a bonfire in the middle of the night. Come, we have people to calm and a story to make." Sarah took the man by the arm and led him towards the main part of town, where people were milling and trying to understand why one of their girls had just flown off with a dragon. Sarah, after seeing how the people were behaving, decided that only the truth would do, and when she was finished realized that she had been right. By evening, Draken came to land in his home feeling like he had never felt before. He was in love, which was something he never thought would happen, and as soon as she touched the ground, she filled the cave with life. Draken divested himself of his other cargo and waited to see what Karen would do. Karen started to organize and sort what they had brought and was looking for places to put things. "Love, I think we can wait to put most away, if not all. I will need to make a storage room for you tomorrow, but for tonight it can wait." He smiled at her and changed again into his human form, except that he had nothing on except for the baldric, which he took off and let fall to the floor. This surprised Karen. She had never seen a man in the nude, but she liked what she saw. Inspiration came to her, and slowly she removed her clothes and stood before him. Draken came to her when she was finished and took her into his arms, caressing her arms and back. Karen's skin was warm against his, and he thought he had never felt anything as soft as her skin. Then Draken picked her up, kissing her gently, and walked over to their nest and placed her down in it. For a long time, all they did was kiss and touch each other. Karen had had a long talk with her grandmother just before she sent her to bed the morning before they left and knew what was going to happen. She was both excited and scared, but Draken's touch was driving her crazy. She decided things needed to get going a little bit faster, so as she looked in Draken's beautiful eyes, she ran her hand down his chest to his stomach and down to take hold of his very hard member. Draken gasped as she took hold and started to stroke it, then sighed as it began to feel really good. Draken then let his own hand trace its way down to that point between her legs that he knew would give her great pleasure, and began to gently rub the little nub at the top of her opening. In moments, both were moaning in pleasure. Finally, Draken could take no more, and made Karen stop and gently pushed her to her back and moved between her legs. He placed the head of his member at her opening, then looked down into her eyes. "You have to push in hard at first to get in. Grandma told me it could hurt a little. But if you're kissing me when you do it, I think it should be okay." She was trembling so hard she could barely talk. "If it hurts too much, tell me and I'll stop. I don't want to hurt you. Just kiss me. I love you and I want you." Karen then pulled him down and began kissing Draken with a will. Draken waited a moment, then started to push. He found Karen was very hot and wet and very, very tight as he worked his way in. Soon he felt the resistance of Karen's hymen and placed an even stronger kiss on her and shoved his member through it until he felt his hips meet hers. Karen had sucked in air when Draken pushed through, but the feelings that were being created were more than the little pain that was caused by the loss of her hymen. Slowly, Draken moved in and out of her with ease and drove them both to the point of going crazy. When he felt Karen tense and her tight hole clamp down on him, he thought for sure Karen would have been screaming, but was unable to think much beyond that. for he too was ready and he released his seed into her. He was rigid above her for a long time, and when he was finished, he all but collapsed onto Karen. He withdrew from Karen and just held her in his arms, too tired to do anything else. Both Karen and Draken went to sleep very happy. Karen woke to a very strange feeling. A tongue, or at least she thought it was a tongue, was fondling her breasts, and she was enjoying it. The smile on her face gave away the fact that she was waking up. "Good morning, my love, it's a glorious day, don't you want to join it?" "Not with you licking me the way you were. It was strange, but it felt really good. Last night felt really good. I love you." She reached out and touched his face. "Then maybe I should just continue and see what happens this morning, yes?" And before Karen could answer, Draken went back to licking and kissing her breasts. Karen opened her eyes to see that Draken was back in his normal body and wondered if it were possible to take him in that form. She looked down to see how big he was, and to her surprise, he wasn't all that much bigger. Then he was in his human form. Draken noticed this, of course. "I didn't want it to scare you this morning just in case. It's usually bigger, but not that much. I wondered if we could try it. I would really like to. I'm so excited now that if we don't do something soon, you're going to be in trouble," Karen said with a big smile on her face. For an answer, Draken gently rolled Karen onto her stomach and raised her bottom into the air. "I think this is a better position for you when I'm in this form." Then he ran his tongue down her back to her bottom and between her legs. Karen opened them a little to give him more room, and she, though what he had been doing to her breast felt good. Finally, she felt him move behind her and above her, his front legs on the sides of her head. She also felt him press his member to her hole. She was a tad sore when he entered, but the exquisite feelings of pleasure and passion soon washed it away. It didn't take long before Karen felt she couldn't go any higher, and the tidal wave of passion crashed over her, and this time she screamed out. But she doubted that anyone could have heard her over the roar that Draken released. Draken couldn't help but roar as he released into her, but a higher-pitched roar came to his ears, followed by another. Draken's head whipped around to look quickly to see who the hell was coming to the cave, and found his sister standing in the opening, just staring. Then his father landed. "What the hell are you doing here?" Draken said as he pulled away from Karen and tried to push her down into hiding. "We were on our way to see you when we heard you bellowing. What the hell is going on?" his father asked. His sister was all but laughing. Before Draken could say anything, Karen slowly sat up after grabbing the blanket and covering herself with. Draken's father's jaw hit the floor of the cave with an audible thump, and his sister started laughing so hard that she had to grab the wall to keep from falling over. "Draken dear, who is this?" asked his mother from the back of Draken's father, who then slid down his side to the ground. Draken looked down. Karen looked up into his eyes and smiled. "Father, mother, I would like to introduce Karen, my wife." Even his sister stopped laughing for a moment, but then all three started. His sister and father continued, but his mother was able to get herself under control. "Draken, what do you mean your wife? When did this happen?" asked his mother. "Just a few days ago," he confessed. "Please, if you would give us a few moments, we would be happy to tell you everything. And if you, sir, would please turn around, I would like to get out of this comfortable nest and get dressed," Karen said. The last directed to Draken's father. Draken's mother laughingly made her mate turn. Draken's father was laughing so much he didn't even notice. All he was doing was laughing and saying repeatedly, "It's about damn time." Karen quickly got out of the nest, cleaned up and got dressed. Soon everyone was sitting around the table. Karen started by telling everything that happened from the start, that being when she first became interested in dragons. Ending with them coming home last night, Draken's sister, whose name was Angel, was still trying not to laugh too much. "It must be one of those love at first sight things. But have the two of you thought of what happens if?" asked Draken's mother. "We have, but haven't really talked about it. I've never felt so alive, so whole before. It just felt so right." Draken took Karen's hand in his claw and held it. The silence that followed lasted for a long while. Draken, you are going to cause me to become old before I'm ready. But come, son, let's go hunt and talk alone and let the women gossip. Draken knew when his father was serious, and this was one of those times. He kissed Karen on the cheek and left with his father. Karen wondered what was going to be said, but knew that Draken would tell her when he got back. Karen offered tea and some of the bread and cheese they had brought back with them, and set about making breakfast. But the curiosity got the better of her. "Mom, what do you think Draken's father wanted to talk about?" Karen finally asked as she looked out the cave mouth. "Please call me Beth. If I have to guess, it's going to be what happens in 60 or 70 years when you... Well, there are no easy ways to say it, but when you die. Draken has had little to do with death, and it is going to be a big upset for him. He might also be asking what happens if there are children from the two of you. Malazur and I got into a lot of trouble when we had Draken. I would think it might be even worse for the two of you. And I'll bet that neither of you thought of either question. Has Draken told you the story of his life yet?" Beth asked, seemingly to change the subject. "No, we only got home last night." Karen could feel herself getting upset. "I know he wanted to get to know me better before he told me all of it. Then things just happened. What could happen to us if I become pregnant by him? Would someone come hunting us?" Karen moved her hands to her stomach but felt nothing but uncertainty. "I don't know, my dear." Karen sat for quite some time thinking over the what-ifs of all of it and became very sad. To her surprise, Angel came and sat next to her and wrapped an arm around her. "Karen, my brother has more power than any 10 dragon put together. I don't believe any of the council will try anything against him or you. Most likely, though, any children you have will be more like me than him. I don't even have a quarter of my father's abilities, but then I have my mother's strength. Most of the dragon world believes him to be touched by the gods for what he was able to do as a child. I don't believe they would have him live alone for the long life he will have. But how will he? I love him so much. I never thought about how much pain I'm going to cause him." Tears came to Karen's eyes, making it hard for her to see. "Karen, I wish there was a way to make it easier for you, but the fact is that dragons can live for thousands of years. It will break his heart, but it will mend, and he may even find another to love after a while. It may even be a dragon next time. Just try to remember that half of him isn't human," stated Beth. "I know that," Karen yelled. "I know very well that he's more dragon than human. But I don't see two beings. I see one. And I love that one. I also don't care what others will think, humans or dragon." Just as Karen would have gotten up to walk out of the cave, Draken and his father returned. Draken knew as he put his catch down that Karen was upset about something. He shared some of it, for his father had stated some unwanted truths. The hardest one being that Karen would die in 60 or 70 years. The second being that any children that would be born would be more human, or like his sister, stuck in the middle with little power to work with. "Love, is something wrong?" he asked. Karen looked up at him and all but burst into tears and made to run out of the cave. He caught her arm and changed quickly into his human form. "Love, what is it? What's wrong?" he asked again as he held her in his arms. He knew she was trying to say something, but she couldn't get it to come out. The most he got was, "Don't want to hurt." Draken couldn't think who she would hurt. Then he looked at his family. His mother's face told everything. "Mother, what did you tell her?" "I'm sorry, son. I told her. I made her see some hard truths. I didn't realize how much and how strongly she loves you. She doesn't know how to not hurt you when she dies. Why in all the stars would you be so cruel, Mother?" Draken had never been angry with his mother or even mad at her, but he was now. "I'm not some stupid child that I don't know that there is an end to this marriage in 60 or more years. I know it will hurt like hell too. But I'll have all the memories and more that I will be able to keep with me. I also know there are things I can do to make it longer for her. It won't be what you have, but it would be more. Son, you don't need to yell at your mother." Malazur interjected. Remember, I told you the same things. You also know that you can't use your powers for what you're thinking. The council will not allow it. The council will have no say in the matter. Most of those old windbags have already told me that I will never sit on the council if they have anything to do about it. Even though it was foretold by one of the oldest and most powerful seers the dragons had seen in a long time. One or two told me that they had heard our people were planning on trying to take control of me both by magic and by force. 300 years ago, one died trying to put that plan into motion, remember? That's why I live where I do. Don't think I don't know that there are others that are thinking of trying something. I have my own network of listeners there, and I am quite up to date on their goings-on. Now, if you came to see me, then you've seen me. I'm on my honeymoon and would like to spend my time alone with my wife. All right, son, we'll leave. I truly am sorry that I have distressed you, wife. When things calm down, I would like a chance to talk to her again. I like the idea of a dragon library. Malazur said calmly. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean for this to be this way. I just felt she needed to know. I am truly happy for you that you found someone that loves you so deeply that she weeps for a pain that will not happen for many long years to come. I hope in time that you two can forgive me, Beth said, with tears starting in her eyes. With that, Beth turned and took her place at the base of Malazur's neck. The two then turned and left the cave. Angel was still standing there. Drac, please don't be so hard on them. They love you so much that they just don't want to see you hurt. I know they should have waited just a little longer before going into what they did. Karen, I hope you can find it in you to forgive them too. Karen was too lost in her mind to hear what was being said. So Draken did. Angel, they could have at least waited until I had the chance to tell Karen about our parents and how you and I came to be. Please, for now would you go? This is all too much for Karen. All right, Angel said aloud as she made her way to the entrance of the cave. Then, using her mind, should I come by in a week or two, just to see how things are going? Yeah. If things are better, you can tell those two overprotective parents of ours that they can come back, but not until then. Okay, sis? That sounds good. See you then. And with that, she was out of the cave and into the air. Draken lifted Karen's weeping body into his arms and carried her to their nest and held her. It was a long time before the crying seemed to slow down. Karen, I love you with all that I have. Please tell me how I can make you feel better. In a harsh whisper he heard, Why did you let this happen? What? Karen, if I had known that my parents were going to do this, I would not have left you. That's not what I meant. How could you let me fall in love with you? This took Draken by surprise. I don't have control over the heart. I was in love with you when I talked to you that first day. Are you telling me that if I told you that you would die in 60 years or so, you would have chosen not to love me? I don't believe that, not for a moment. I know we should have talked before we made love last night so that you knew what to expect if you do become pregnant. I just needed you so much. I had to show you how much I love you. I didn't know my family was going to show up today. I knew they were due to visit soon, but I wish they had waited another day or two. I was going to spend the day telling you my family secrets. He paused and slowly let go of Karen. I love you. What has been told to you is nothing but the truth. Even if I have the power to make it longer by maybe 100 years. Unless I can think of something else to make it longer still. If you don't think you could love me for that long, or that you don't think you can handle this whole thing, I will take you back to your village and never... He couldn't finish. His heart just wouldn't let him. Draken started crying. For the whole of what Draken had said, Karen could only hear some of it, but when he started crying, she shook violently. Draken, hold me! Don't let me go! Please don't let me go! He grabbed her and held her tight as she shook. Then he started kissing her, and slowly the shaking stopped, and she started kissing him back. Together they ripped her clothes off, and they made love for hours and hours. When they fell asleep, both were still holding tightly to each other. It's now 2 years from when Karen and Draken had begun their lives together. The first year was spent just making the cave into a repository for the stories and histories that they would be gathering, as well as into a better living arrangement. What was then? One big room was now one big room with 3 side rooms. The first was a storage room for all the food and cooking supplies. The second was their bedroom with built-in shelves on the wall. And the third was a small storage room for parchments, inks and such that was needed to keep going with the task of gathering stories. While making the 3 new rooms, another vein of gold was found, which was quickly turned into coin to purchase a lot of parchment and ink. The main cave had only a few changes done to it. First, parts of 2 walls had a crisscross pattern in the wall for shelving that went most of the way to the roof of the cave. And the second was a nice but small stove for Karen to use. Draken loved her cooking, and so did all of his family. A second and larger table was built for use with the dragons, as well as a number of chairs brought in. It had then taken Karen 3 days to write out the full story of Beth and Malazure and the birth of Draken and Angel. It took an additional 5 days to get the more interesting parts of Draken's 500 years written down. To Karen's embarrassment, Draken made her write about how they had met and all of what had happened with that event. Karen did eventually take pity on Draken's sister and forgave Beth and Malazure. Beth had been driving Angel crazy, wondering if it was ever going to happen. Karen found Angel to be a surprise. Angel was mostly human-looking, with the biggest difference being that she had longer fingers and toes that ended in claws, not to mention the wings and tail. She was the same flesh colour all over. Other than her black hair and green eyes, and standing in her true form, was over 8 feet tall, not counting wings and tail. She turned out to be a very good cook once she knew what to do, and took every opportunity to pester Karen to show her more. Until finally, Karen threw up her hands, wrote a letter to her mother and grandmother, and sent Angel off for cooking lessons with them. Draken only wished he could have been there to see how she arrived. Later, that story became part of the library too, and a tale for another time. Karen remembered that she needed to teach Draken how to read and write, and set out to do that. Not that it took all that long, and that Angel joined in. Draken was a fast learner and loved all that he could get his hands on. Then he began to write down some of the histories that he knew and could remember. After the first year, there were well over 100 scrolls of different tales and histories alike. Draken's father, Malazure, helped with some of them. Karen's mother sold her property, except for about half of the livestock, and moved back to the home she grew up in with her mother Sarah, and gave birth to a lovely baby girl that they named Drea. It was on one of the shopping trips to Karen's home village that she had heard a new story. Some fool of a noble had heard of a dragon claiming a girl from the area as his bride, and was now planning to slay the dragon and rescue the maiden. This had the village laughing, of course. Draken knew that none could get near the cave without his knowing it, so the two sat down and planned out a great theatrical event should someone come. It was also a surprise that during the second year they were visited by 2 or 3 other dragons that Draken had never thought would be interested in what he was doing, but found that they had a deep passion for knowledge and were just thrilled to find some way for them to see if there was anything that they didn't know. They were also willing to share histories, stories and information with Karen and Draken, which they recorded and put into the library as well. Draken knew that one of the ones that came could shift almost as well as Malazure, so he very carefully brought up the idea Karen had had when they first met, about someone sneaking into some of the bigger libraries and secretly cast protection spells on their books and scrolls. Draken knew just from the look on the dragon's face that he was going to try doing just that. Karen and Draken were going through the market of another town that produced a very fine parchment, when both had begun to hear the people talk, that a small band of armed men were going to go after the rumoured dragon. The two had heard several reasons as to why the band of men were doing this. The reasons ranged from simply to rescue the maiden to killing the dragon for its hide and other body parts for dark magic. That was something that worried Draken, but didn't tell Karen, but put on a normal face as he tried not to laugh too much or too loudly. As they flew home, he tried to see if there were any such bands of men that might be heading in the direction of the cave. To his surprise, he found not 1, but 2. Draken did tell Karen when they reached the cave, and so decided to put their idea into action should either of the two groups get there. 10 days later, Draken had been out early and spotted one of the groups working their way to the cave. He knew he could still get back into the cave without them seeing him, and did so to inform Karen. Karen put away things that she didn't want broken. If something went bad, and Draken hid the storage room, then took a place near the cave mouth so that he could look out and be seen easily. About noon, he saw movement in the bushes and waited for the men to get closer. They did. One of the men made a branch move which was perfect for what Draken and Karen had planned. He reared up and roared, only to stop abruptly, as Karen walked up beside him, then said with a firm voice, "Draken, come on now, back to your studies." Draken lowered his head, turned and walked four-legged back into the cave. Karen turned and looked out of the cave, then yelled, "Sorry boys, Draken can't come out to play right now. He has to work on his reading. Why don't you come back tomorrow and we'll see." Karen turned and walked back into the cave to find Draken behind the big table rolling on the floor in silent laughter. Karen would have joined him, but had a feeling the men were still going to come and have a look, so she walked quickly to Draken and kissed him to calm him down, which worked every time, then had him sit at the table with one of the scrolls, ready to pretend to be reading. The scroll just happened to be a slightly modified version of the one that told of how her love of dragon stories had brought her to search for Draken in the first place. When Draken heard the soft sounds of someone breathing and standing just outside the cave, he began reading aloud. Draken lifted Karen's father from the doorway. Draken turned and told Karen and Sarah to go into the house and check on Karen's mother. The two women ran in. Draken stopped at that time because he had seen the man stick his head in and was now staring openly as Draken read and Karen listened. Karen turned in her oversized chair. "Oh, I see we have a visitor. Can we help you?" The man just stood there. Then, from behind him, another man stepped in and took in what the first man was looking at. "Sir, don't you think it's rude to enter the home of someone and not announce yourselves?" Karen asked. The men still couldn't get their minds to work, but a third man stepped in. He took in the scene quickly, drew his sword awkwardly, then replied, "How dare you take this maiden for your teacher?" Karen filled in. That shocked them. "First off, how dare you come barging in on my class as well as my home? If you are here to ask for teaching in learning to read or write, I charge 10 silver a week. Secondly, I haven't been a maiden for 2 years since I gave that to my husband," and she waved to Draken. "And thirdly, whoever taught you manners should be hung for incompetence for failing to teach you not to come into a person's home and draw a weapon. Now put that thing away before you hurt yourself." The man just stood there for a moment before moving, then, "What the hell is going on here? My wife has told you to put those weapons away. She is not someone to be disobeyed, so I would do as she has asked or I might get upset." Draken opened and closed his claw. The man took his time in making up his mind whether he was going to risk something or not, but finally put the sword away. "That's better. Now I am Karen, mate to the great wizard Draken." She again pointed to Draken, who sat up straighter and waited. "Why have you come to our home?" "My lady, to answer that, we need to know more of what is going on here. Are you truly teaching this thing to read?" the man said in disgust. Karen thanked the stars for the patience she was given because she sure was using it. "Yes. Actually, I already have. He learned to read well over a year and a half ago. Together we are endeavouring to collect stories and histories of the dragon kind. This library is open to all who wish to learn and understand more of the dragon world." One of the other men spoke up in surprise. "Really? Can that really be done?" "Quiet, Randy," the second man hissed. "What I have told you is nothing but the complete truth. In fact, the scroll just being read from is the chronicle of the events that lead to our marriage and the starting of our lives together. You are welcome to sit and read it for yourselves." "You married this thing?" said the man that had drawn his sword. "He is not a thing, and if you keep being rude, I will ask you to leave." Karen bellowed at the men, then composed herself. "As for my marrying him, yes, I did. The Padre of Riversand married us. You are welcome to go and check, but be warned, my grandmother is extremely proud of us. We were under the impression that this dragon simply claimed you," stammered the man. Draken barked a laugh. Karen turned and hit him on the leg, though it was very light, and she was smiling. "Sorry, dear. That was just so funny. I couldn't hold it back. Gentlemen, if anyone did any claiming, it was my lovely wife who did it. Her hunger for dragons made her travel for 4 weeks to find me. She offered to teach me to read and write for room and board, but then other things happened and we were married." At that moment, the rest of the men came running in, screaming that there was a monster coming. The men moved into the cave and started to draw their weapons. "Don't even think about doing that! I will have no fighting in my home, or it will be me kicking your asses out. Do I make myself clear?" The strength of Karen's words made all but 2 or 3 put their weapons back. Draken just loved it when his dear wife was in her element. She was treating the men just like little misbehaving children. He couldn't wait until they reached their agreed-upon 5-year mark before starting their family. After all, he was only 505 years old, and Karen was now 17. Then Karen turned to Drakon and smiled as big as she could. "Angel?" Draken looked up, then turned back with just as big a smile and nodded, then winked. Karen knew what that meant. Draken was telling his sister what was going on, and to see if she would like to mess with this bunch of men. Draken would have shared this conversation with Karen, but they had found out that mind-talking gave Karen a very bad headache that lasted for days. It was half a candle mark later when a very beautiful, nearly naked, 6-foot-tall woman coughed at the entrance to the cave, then walked in. "Miss Karen, I'm here for my classes." "Oh, am I interrupting?" Every human male in the cave nearly wrenched his neck out of socket to get a look at her. "Not at all, Angel, please come in. By the way, did you see something in the sky when you came in? These men seemed to think there was a monster coming." Karen asked oh so innocently. "I saw nothing up there but me. I hope I didn't frighten them," she replied innocently. "That was you. But I saw wings," one man said as he continued to stare at her. "I saw a tail. I know what I saw, and it definitely wasn't you. If I had seen you, I would have stayed outside." The men all agreed to that statement. All were looking at Angel as if she was the main course of a feast and the men were starving. Karen almost lost it because Draken was about to lose it. Karen decided to finish this and get the men out of her cave so that she could laugh. "Well, gentlemen, as you can see, I have another student who has paid for these lessons, so if you have any other questions, they will have to wait, though I would ask that you do so outside." The men all agreed as they slowly filed out past the beauty, not wanting to miss a chance to look at her from the back. Karen felt sorry for the first one that tried to touch her, though, but then none did. The last to leave was the first man that spoke. "My lady, if it would be all right with you, could I see the scroll with your story on it? I would like to read it. I give you my word that I will not leave the area with it." Draken rolled the scroll up and moved over to him. "Please see that you don't take it with you. I have spells on all of the scrolls and I would be able to find it very easily," then held the scroll in the flat of his clawed hand, making the man reach into the center of the claw to get it. Once he had it, the man turned and all but ran out of the cave. Karen, Angel and Draken walked into the bedroom. Draken sealed the room and all 3 burst into laughter that lasted for a very long time. Once the 3 were finally able to get themselves under control, Draken asked, "I do hope that wasn't the real copy of the event." "Of course it wasn't. I made that one specifically for this occasion. The other told too much about your parentage, and that would have been too dangerous for them and us." Karen replied, then turned to Angel. "Angel, that was beyond a doubt the best entrance I've ever seen. Every last one of them forgot their own names when you walked in dressed like that." "Well, Drac did say to ham it up. Gods, I thought my ass was going to burn off with all the scorching looks I was getting. I just hope I didn't go too far." They all laughed again. With this group, I doubt they have gotten their brains to work yet. All their blood went elsewhere. Though that one man did seem to shake off the shock of things a bit faster than the others. Karen said more seriously, I would bet anything he's behind them coming out here in the first place. I wouldn't take that bet. There is something else about him that is bothering me, but I can't put my finger on it at the moment, Draken answered. Well, we better get back out there just in case the men decide to try and sneak a peek at the angel. This started all of them laughing again as Draken unsealed the room and they walked out. Angel walked to the shelves and retrieved the scroll she had been reading last time she was here, then went to the smaller table and started reading out loud. She even pretended to stumble over words and had to ask for Karen to help her. 2 hours later, Angel put her scroll away, then asked, "How long are you going to make them stay out there?" If they didn't have that scroll, I would have hoped that they would have left to go home long ago. But then we wouldn't yet know the reason as to why they really wanted to come out here in the first place. I heard too many sick reasons while we walked through the market the other day to make me think that this is just not as easy as it seems. Karen finished. So you caught them too? Draken turned to her. I didn't want to scare you. That's why I didn't say anything. Though on the way home I did see 2 groups of men working their way in this direction. This group I think is a front group for the second. I think they're here to test whether or not I'm what they have heard I am. And just what are you? Asked a voice from behind the 3. All turned to see several of the men standing with their weapons out. Karen noticed that none were the man that had taken the scroll as she and the others turned. Angel and Draken growled as Draken jumped over the table to place himself between the men and the 2 women. Though it was Karen that spoke. Draken, stand fast. Karen glared at the men. It is stupid to attack a wizard in his living space and death to do so to one that is also a dragon. That is what was meant by what he said. Draken took the hint and began drawing his power to himself and let it manifest as a glow that grew about him. Angel was crouched low and slowly moving to the side so that she could spring at one of the men if need be. Karen knew that she must have been working some kind of magic of her own because Karen was having a hard time following her with the corner of her eye. Now, the only question is, why are you here and who sent you? Your stupid quest of rescue the maiden has turned into the maiden seducing the dragon. If there is someone else behind this, then tell us now. Otherwise, you should leave and quickly. My husband may have been blessed with a great amount of patience, but he draws the line at attacking unarmed women. The men looked back and forth between each other, then shamefully lowered their heads and their weapons. It was the man in the middle that replied. Baron Faxton had heard that you have treasure and riches. He heard that you stole the most beautiful maiden in the kingdom. He doesn't believe what is in the scroll that you gave him to read, though I truly doubt he can read more than half of it. There was only one point to what the man had said that Draken agreed with. With all of his heart, Karen was the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, if not the world. So he sent you in here to do what? Karen asked, still sounding disgusted. We came in to try to take you, lady. He thinks that you are the key to this whole thing. He thinks that you are a sorceress and are controlling the dragon. The same man answered. And what do you believe? Draken and Karen said at the same time. I believe that at your word, my lady, the dragon would kill us before we even knew we were dead. But you have control over him because he has not killed us yet because you have told him not to. Though I don't believe you could stop him if we tried something against you. The man said with the voice of one expecting death. Karen would have laughed if the situation were different. That is the smartest thing I have heard in a long time, though inaccurate. Do you other men have anything to say, or do you agree with this one? Continued Karen. But she knew Draken was simply waiting to get the answers he wanted. Killing them would solve nothing. Karen also knew that the man was right, that if the men moved even an inch in her direction, that Draken would kill to stop them. Both men nodded their heads, too scared to open their mouths lest they scream. And what of the men outside? Do they believe as this Baron does, or you? I think about half think as he and the other half as I do, the man replied. Do you know if there is any other group contracted to come here? Draken asked. I know only of the group outside, said the man with a surprised look on his face. "I had heard there was another who was going to go against you if we failed," said one of the other men very quietly, both out of shame for their failure and out of fear. "We aren't a real threat to you, but I think they may be more than you are ready for." "What is the Baron waiting for as a signal for him to send in the rest of the men?" asked Karen. "We're to call him when we have you, my lady," said the third man, his voice thick with fear. "They would be able to see us from the tree line. There's something else going on here." Draken let his mind reach out to find the minds of the rest of the men, but wasn't surprised to find that the Baron was, even now, moving further away. The magic of the scroll he had been given was moving with him. "Your Baron is a coward and a thief. Even as we speak, he is trying to run away." Draken backed up and canted a mysterious phrase, and with a pop, there was the Baron on his knees in front of him. "I told you I could find the scroll no matter where it was." Draken reached down and grabbed the man. "Of course." He screamed, and all the other men ran in to see Draken holding the Baron. To Karen, Draken, and Angel's surprise, it was two of the three men standing in front of Draken that stopped the others. "The Baron was stealing the scroll and trying to get us killed." The third man came forward, reached into the Baron's cloak and drew out the scroll to show the others. Then the first man spoke again. "We were told quite a number of lies to get us up here. From what I see, there is no treasure that is monetary, not that knowledge and learning aren't treasures in themselves." Karen's respect for the man went up, just a little. "We came here to free a captive. Unless we are blind, deaf and stupid, there is not one person here against their will. Graham, tell the others what you said earlier." The man stopped so the other could talk. About half of the men had put their weapons away, and now the rest were slowly doing so. That was when the Baron started screaming. Then, after a moment, he went limp as he fell asleep. "I just couldn't take any more of that," Draken stated softly. "What did you do to him?" asked one of the men fearfully. "Sleep spells are very useful. I have not killed anyone except to save another's life, and that has only been once." Draken answered coldly. "It was her father you killed." All the men looked at the man that spoke, then looked at Draken again with fear-filled faces. Then the man continued. "I was able to read the scroll as the Baron read it. It said that the man had gone mad, and after getting away from several others, he came after this girl's mother and grandmother and had stabbed the grandmother with a sword. Is this true?" The man looked back and forth between Draken and Karen. Karen spoke first. "My father had beaten my mother almost to death by the time we were able to get to her. The elders of the village were holding him when he killed one of them and came after us. He ran his sword all the way through my grandma, according to my mother, who could see the end coming out her back. In all truth, Draken didn't kill him. It was the impact with the wall that broke his neck." Karen wrapped her arms around herself and shook. When it was over, she continued. "Gentlemen, that scroll tells how I travelled for 4 weeks to get here after running away when my father raised his hand to me for the first time in my life. I've loved dragons since I was a child. When I first saw Draken, I was in love. And as he said earlier, I seduced him." Karen paused to remember. "Now the only question is, what are you going to do? Depending on how much fanfare there was when you started this mess, you have 2 options. The first is return to your homes and act as if you were defeated. However, this might encourage others to try this same nonsense. Or second, return to your homes and tell all that the Baron is a fool and a liar, and that all you found was a wizard and his wife. You really don't need to say that the wizard was also a dragon. If it is the second choice, you can even take the Baron with you, though not until he tells us why he came, and who else might be making an attempt." The men looked to one another and began to quietly talk amongst themselves. Angel had moved away from the men when she had seen that the situation was under control. Then she had an idea of her own, so moved to the bedroom and after about 3 minutes gave a soft cough. "Miss Karen, Master Draken, is it safe to come out? Are they going to attack?" she said, just loud enough and with enough fear in it to be heard by most. She was crouched low looking out, trying to fake being scared, and her acting was very good. She had also changed the illusion of the clothing she was wearing to that of a simple tunic and skirt. Draken turned to the men to see the look of horror in their faces. So you forgot that there was an innocent person here. What would you have done if his plan had succeeded? Would you have killed her? Or would you have done something else? The men all looked to the floor. Draken waved his hand and created an illusion of a cage, but once he had dropped the Baron into it, the illusion became solid. Karen turned to Angel and with a wink said, "It's all right now, it's safe," and opened her arms to her. Angel, still playing the timid girl, slowly stood up, then ran to Karen. It was funny seeing Karen trying to console the frightened Angel, because Angel stood almost a head taller. Then her. The men looked like little children waiting to get the whipping of their lives. None were able to get their brains to work, or so it seemed. That was when Karen remembered something from one of the talks that they had with one of the dragons that had come. Karen led Angel to a seat, then after she was settled went to look at the scrolls. This confused everyone. "Karen, love, what are you doing? I would think you could wait to record this until it is finished." Karen chuckled at her beloved's statement. "Though that is something I wouldn't mind doing so that I am sure to get it all right. However, that is not what I am after. I seem to recall something that Shazam said when he was here. It was something about an old treaty between humans and dragons. Now where is that scroll?" Karen said while continuing to look. "I think we put his stuff higher." He turned just a little to see Karen about to start climbing the shelves. "Miss Angel, would you please help Karen get it? I think you should be able to reach them easier." "Oh, of course, Master Draken. Mistress Karen, please let me," Angel said as she rose from her seat. Even with her added height, she still had to step up into one of the empty shelves to reach what she wanted. It took only a moment for Karen to find what she was after, and after having Angel place the others back, returned to the table to read and find what she was looking for. It didn't take her long either. Ah, here it is. Draken, remember when I asked if humans and dragons had ever worked together? Shazemne told that there was a treaty at one time and he went into detail on it. Yes, I remember. But what has that to do with what's going on now? He had a confused look on his face. Well, if I wrote this down correctly. Which you would have, Draken interrupted with a chuckle. Then these men are now ours. Karen finished calmly. What? Came from the men and Draken at the same time. Then Draken continued. Karen, what are you talking about? How are these men ours? In that old treaty, there is a portion that says in short, that if someone brings mischief to the other race, then the culprits, when caught, are indentured to the victim for a year and a day to pay back for the damage and disgrace that was done. That is what I am talking about. Though this treaty is ancient by human standards, it was never rescinded, stopped, or broken. Dragons and humans simply forgot about it. You can't do that, yelled one of the men. How can we be held to that treaty when we didn't know anything about it? Yelled another. Ignorance is not the issue. I know about it and thus I have the right as the victim to enforce it, Karen stated bluntly. Karen, I don't think this is a good use of that treaty. Draken responded. I do, Master Draken. These men came of their own free wills to harm and take from you. They can't deny this. For a year and a day from this point they are yours, to command as you see fit. Though the record does read that you can release them in a shorter amount of time than that if their services have been above what would have been needed. You must also provide shelter and food for them. Angel stopped to read a little more. Miss Karen, I marvel that you could record all of this. There is even a section that tells that you have to pay them 1/4 copper a day. That amount is to be held until the end of the service. There is even a spell to place on the offender, so that the victim can know where the offender is at any time. I don't remember hearing any of that. How could I have missed that? Draken asked, astounded that he really had missed it. You were out hunting at the time, I think. She paused and reread the section. I do believe that it is in our best interest to enforce this treaty, though it does state that it can be enforced against a dragon as well. This treaty would solve a lot of issues between humans and dragons. Karen smiled at him. That can be looked to at another time, but tell me, why would we want to indenture these men to us? Draken asked. I would think that is easy. We know that there is another group coming. We don't know how large a force that is. To pay back for attacking us, they can now protect us. Dragon Belly laughs as something to behold, with fire leaping from his upturned mouth to the roof of the cave. I like that a lot, Angel said with a big smile, and just as ready to hit the floor in uncontrolled laughter. The look on the men fueled more laughter from Dracorn and Angel, and even Karen was chuckling. You can't do this! You have no right to do this! We won't do this! Yelled one of the men. Draken moved so fast that by the time he was in front of the man with Draken's face just inches from the man's, the last of his words had stopped bouncing off the wall. If you were a dragon, you would already be dead for trying something like this. Do not think that your lives are yours yet. Under dragon law, you are all dead. Under human law, you would be sentenced to no less than 5 years at hard labour for this. Then Draken pulled back to look down at the men. This is the choice I give to you. Agree to the terms of the treaty, or I shall take you to a town that knows me, where they will convict you. In doing so, remember that you would also lose your homes and properties as compensation for what you have done. Faxton is the leader of this mess, and I have the feeling that he is incompetent when it comes to working. But we have families that need us. This was only to take 3 or 4 moons to take care of, and it took over 1 month just to get here. And we were to get paid out of the treasure that we were to get from here, complained the man. If you survived long enough to collect, I have been collecting stories for years now, and in all of them only 1 out of 2,000 survived to take home the spoils. Now realise this, Draken could have taken you all out just by turning around. You didn't think that in this cave his tail could still be used. Just about every last one of you is within range. Karen paused, letting the men have a moment to realise just how close to death they were. Now make your choice. Remove your weapons and kneel, or be ready to be taken by claw to the magistrate, Karen commanded. Draken was surprised at his wife's ability to command these men. But then she was Sarah's granddaughter, and Sarah could make a mountain bow. To Draken's continued surprise, all the men began to remove their weapons as instructed and bent the knee to him. Karen walked up to Draken carrying the scroll and handed it to him. Draken, we can choose not to use the spell, but to be certain of their safety, I think it would be a good idea, she said very tenderly to him. Draken took the scroll and read through it several times. Draken was shocked at how easy it was. Even Angel could have done it. Then he turned to the men. By your compliance to follow the orders of my wife, I then assume you are willing to accept the terms of the treaty as it pertains to this situation. For a year and a day you will work and live here. At the end of that term you will receive the amount of 50 silver pieces each. If you leave here without our permission, try to harm my family or my friends, or no longer follow our orders, I will take you to the same magistrate to be charged and convicted for this attack. Do you men agree to this? The men looked to one another, then lowered their collective heads and agreed. With that, Draken read the spell and touched each of the men on the head to set the spell in place. Then Draken sat back and looked at the men. Gentlemen, please rise. I would speak to you. The men stood, and Karen came again to her mate's side, hearing the sadness in his voice. Gentlemen, I do not like this. I am now in the position of being a lord over you, and I do not like it, though I like it more than having to hurt or kill any of you. I fly daily to check the area for dangers, but for some reason that danger is still coming. There are only 2 things in this cave right now that I would kill without thought or remorse to protect. Karen and Angel are those 2 things. Your job from this point forward is to protect them at all costs. Karen was confused by Draken's speech but kept quiet. Angel was just proud of her big brother. Then Draken continued, Now I would hear from the ranking or senior member of your group so that I can appoint a captain. Then he will appoint 2 lieutenants. There are 15 of you. I would have you divide into 3 groups with the captain and the 2 others in charge of each group. My lord, I held the same position in the Baron's forces, and our group is already divided into such groups as you are asking for, said one of the men as he stepped forwards. The man gave his name as Cal, and that Randy and Graham were his seconds. Then he told us the rest of the group's names. Then he looked at Draken. If I may be bold, why do you not want to be a lord? We have always been told that dragons would like nothing better than to make humans their slaves. Where in all the skies did you hear that? Angel asked. Excuse me, Miss Angel. Where I am from, that is what is told to us. Though I will say that until now none of us has ever believed that there truly were such things as dragon wizards. Then it's just as well that I'm a teacher, stated Karen. That load of horse droppings is just that. I will admit that there are a few dragons that would do just as you have said, but the same can be said for a lot more humans, including the one that brought you here. Then Karen turned to Dracon. Love, I wish it could be different. There is not one here that can't say that you have not dealt fairly with them over this and on very generous terms. Now the only question is how to deal with that one. Karen turned at the snoring man. I will take him to your village. The magistrate there is fair and they know me. There will be little trouble. There really is no rush though. The rush, however, comes with the fact that I have to build another room for the men to stay in, and you and Angel need to start cooking for them. I'm thinking it would be a good idea for one of the groups to make a patrol around the area. Drakon stopped and looked at Cal. With a nod of acknowledgement, the man turned and gave quiet orders for the first group to go out. When that group gathered up their weapons and began to leave, several of the others gathered up the rest of the weapons and placed them to the side. Then 2 others claimed theirs and took up stations at the entrance to the cave. Drakon, Karen, and Angel were astounded. Then Cal came to stand near them and cleared his throat. My lord, ladies, it is not needed for you to take care of our needs. We have tents with us and we have food as well, though fresh anything is always better. Carl and Fallen are our cooks, though we all take turns helping. All you would need is to tell us where things are and if there is anything that you would like, though Carl is out with the first group. Cal, we thank you for trying to let us out of our duties to you, but the terms of the treaty are quite clear. I have mutton in the cold well, and enough greens and potatoes to stuff all of us for a week. Drakon can get some more from the village or from Grandma when he takes the Baron in. Karen looked to her mate. Drakon, have you thought of a place to create a room for them? I don't think I want a lot of men sleeping in the main cave. I haven't, love, but from the look on your face, I think you have. He turned a silly smile to her. You always could read me better than any book. We left one wall in the storage room clear, so we could expand if we needed to. You could move the wall back about 5 or 6 feet, shelved on the one side, of course. Then from there, make a room big enough for them off it. That would also solve another problem that I was thinking might come up. We have yet to have human visitors and I don't want them just lounging around the main cave. That would give them some privacy. If the person is hungry when going through the storage area on their way to bed and takes an apple or a carrot, I'm not going to care, unless it's the last one. What do you think? She smiled at him. He sat in thought for a moment then. I think I can work with that. Then he looked down at himself. Well, if I'm going to do that, I can't very well get in there like this. And quick as thought, he acted like he was casting a spell and changed into his human form. The men still in the room all gasped. What? He is a great wizard after all. Didn't you think he would have reached such a level in over 500 years? Damn dragons, and that included Angel, started all but rolling on the floor with laughter. Once Karen got Drakon under control, she shooed him off to the storage room to start his work. Angel always needed more time to stop laughing, she just loved it so much. Karen then took Cal and Fallen into the storage area to find that the storage wall had been pushed back several feet then, an arched entry made. That was when Karen showed the 2 men the cold well. Really all it was a well that instead of a bucket had a box that was raised or lowered into a dry hole that went down into the rock and below the frost line. The men loved it, though none had ever seen anything like it. For her silliness and her outburst, Angel offered to cook the meal for everyone as a way of an apology and to show off her cooking skills. Karen knew she had worked hard to learn those from her grandmother. Angel did accept the help of Fallen in preparing the dinner. By the time the first patrol had reported back, the barracks were finished, even with pine boughs for the beds and dinner almost done too. Randy, the lieutenant for that group, reported that he and his men had seen nothing. He then asked if there was anything that he and his men could do. They were told that other than making the table ready to eat from the meal, would be ready within a very short time. After dinner, Dracon decided that he needed to do one more room. So after increasing the height and depth of the small storage room, he created a small room for Angel to stay in when she was there. Angel was touched. That was also when Karen realized the men would have arrived with horses and other pack animals. When she asked about them, the men were surprised that they had forgotten about them too. Karen told the men to retrieve their animals and bring them to the southwest side of the hill, where she and Dracon kept their chickens and goat. She only hoped the corral was big enough to hold all the animals. In the end, Dracon had to help the men bring their animals in, because the scent of dragon was so strong, and it scared the animals too badly. So he tricked the animals' brains into forgetting the scent of dragon. Over the course of several days, a routine was established of when the patrols would go out and where, who would help with the cooking and cleaning of the cave, and the completion of the questioning of Baron Faxton, which yielded only that someone had come to the Baron. Of course, he had no name to give and convinced him that he was the only one that could succeed in trying to rescue the maiden. Finally, Dracon took the Baron to Karen's home village and had him charged for the crimes and told the magistrate that the men that had helped him had agreed to an indenturement in order to repay for what they tried to do instead of imprisonment. The magistrata was surprised when Dracon told him what had happened and about the ancient treaty he and Karen were enforcing. Dracon also gave him a complete copy of the treaty they had so that if a dragon should give the village any trouble, they could use it to make the dragon behave, at least until someone could send word to him. Dracon left after seeing his little sister-in-law and telling Karen's mother and grandmother everything that had happened, and getting more supplies as well. It seemed it took a lot to feed all those men. It was near a month later when one of the patrols came back that they had spotted the trail of a group of about 20 to 25 strong, working slowly to the direction of the cave but could not find them. This surprised Dracon, for he had been out flying most every day and had not seen them either, as well as concerned him. Karen was downright scared and wished Angel had not needed to leave 2 weeks earlier. The next morning, when Dracon took his morning flight, he took extra care on where he went and what he did. He was almost ready to head back when he caught the scent of magic. It was faint, but nonetheless there, telling him that there was a mage with this group, making them just that more dangerous. He also remembered a few of the rumours from the market he and Karen had visited. Those rumours were disturbing at best, and frightening at most, as they indicated that someone was after him for what magical properties of the dragon's body could enhance or for the workings of darker magic. So he returned to cave to tell what he had found and what he had concluded. A second patrol left early to see what they could find and learn what they could of this new group. While they were gone, Dracon sat with Cal to discuss what options and tactics that they at their disposal. It was very late when 2 of the 5-man patrol returned. Both were injured, but those were soon taken care of. The men told that a man in dark robes with strange symbols led the group. The others looked to be nothing more than hired swords, but with the evidence of the brutality of how they killed the others, that these men were indeed very dangerous. We had just found the group and only counted 12-15 of them. They were some of the ugliest men I've ever seen, but very well armed. "So what happened?" asked Karen, her concern being well justified. "Miss Karen, I wish I knew. One minute we're watching that group, then we hear shouting from on top of us, then it's an all-out fight to get away. I wish I could have helped the others, but once I was clear, Carl was near me but already hurt, so I grabbed him and made tracks. Garth was gone before he could even get his sword out. I don't know what happened to the others." He turned his head away from all that were there to try to hide the pain that he was feeling for his fallen friends. "Lord Dracon, what are we going to do?" "I don't mind telling you I don't like this situation one bit," stated Cal. "Nor do I, Cal. It's clear that these men aren't going to be reasoned with as we did with you all. But I just don't know." Draken turned to see his wife standing next to him with fear in her eyes, and it all but broke his heart. "Love, this is going to be very hard for you. But you can't be yourself with this. You can't deal honourably with men like that." Karen paused and placed her hand on his face. Draken had taken to staying in his human form since he had to deal with more humans than normal. "I love you. I will always love you, but these men scare me. I am not scared for me, though. I know you would never allow anything to happen, but I fear for the lives of these men. Our friends have paid with their lives because of what we've forced on them. We can't let that happen to any of the others. Please don't let that happen to them." There was a tear in her eye that Draken wiped away. "If it helps, try thinking of it as what would your father do." This started him smiling. Then he let out a chuckle, then it turned into an all-out belly laugh. When he regained composure and was again able to talk, said, "I think I like that idea. Since my father can't be here, I should at least try to act like him, but only this once. Malazur is not the type of dragon I like to behave like." "Don't we know it? He thinks he's so good and that he's always right," Karen replied, sounding smug. This caused both Draken and Karen to erupt into laughter. The men had smiles on their confused faces, but once the laughing was over and everything was explained, the men smiled even bigger. One of the men popped up and said, "Too bad he's not here to handle this instead. I don't think you're up to the acting challenge." This caused everyone to bust up with laughter again. Once all had calmed back down, everyone got down to the business of planning for the big attack. The fight was brutal. The second group of men fell for the tree line illusion, but instead of retreating into the trees, charged the cave and were killed. Out of the 25 attackers, only 10 remained, and other than the 3 defenders from the first ambush, none of the others were killed. The wizard also stood till the end and facing Draken. Draken tried in vain to tell the man that he was no match for him, but the wizard kept on until all of his energy was depleted and Draken stood the victor. "Who are you? Why have you come and who is behind these attacks?" Draken asked the wizard as he knelt in front of him. Draken had chosen to face the wizard as a man, but when the duel was over, shifted back to his normal form. The wizard looked at the dragon in front of him and could only feel rage, hate and shame at being defeated by the beast. "Lord Draken has asked you a question, idiot. If you value what is left of your life, then answer him," demanded Cal. The wizard looked from the dragon to the man, then back again. Then the wizard seemed to think that there was no choice but to tell who had recruited him and why. Then the wizard began to shake, then smoke, and finally burst into a column of flame. When the wizard started to smoke, Draken and Cal moved back, and as Draken saw the first flame, turned and shielded Cal from the heat and the flames of the combusting man. After that, there wasn't much that could be done, and no one had answers as to who hired these men, and or how the wizard had spontaneously combusted. But Draken knew that there had been no new spells cast at the man when he was talking to him, nor did the man himself have enough energy to even light a candle, let alone what was needed for the inferno that the wizard became. The 10 men that survived were questioned, then taken to the magistrate, but the magistrate, after hearing what the men had done, would not even think to offer them the chance to work off their debt, but had them charged and sentenced to a prison far away for the crimes of murder and assault. Sitting in a dark room looking into his crystal, a dragon sighed as he sat back to think how he was going to tell the one that he served that the second attack had also failed. Karen woke and found herself tied to the back of a horse that was standing beside 2 others. She had no idea as to how long she had been out. When she looked around, she didn't recognize any of the landscape. Everything came back to her in a rush then. The attack. 3 dragons and several humans. It was while Draken was fighting the dragons that the men came after her. She tried to get away from them, but something hit her and she blacked out. As she tried to think how long it might have been, 2 men came up to her and took places one either side of the horse. "If you value your life, you will let me go," Karen demanded. "And what are you going to do, feed us to death?" laughed the one on the right. "I will only tell you once that if you behave yourself, you will be unharmed. You are not the one we are after, but you will help us in our mission," said the other. "I will not help you do anything, now untie me and let me go." That was when the wind changed and Karen took in a strange yet indistinguishable scent that made Karen even madder. Karen had one problem when she got mad. She couldn't keep from speaking her mind, and Karen was undeniably pissed. "So dragons have come to attack us this time. The two groups of humans weren't enough. Why can't you just leave him alone?" The two men just stared at Karen as if they had been slapped. It took only a moment, though, for the men to recover. "Girl's mind must be, 'Do not take me for a fool. I have lived with a dragon and have worked with dragons for 4 years now. I can smell the fires of your bellies on your breath and the magic coming off your clothes.'" Karen turned to the one on her right and looked at him straight in the eyes. Then she spoke. "You will untie me now." There was something in the man's eyes that Karen had never seen, but was unsure she had seen it because it came so fast. Then the man's eyes crossed and he slowly began to raise his hands to do as she had asked, though Karen never took her eyes from his. "Druskeden, what in the name of the stars are you doing?" This caused the man to pull his hands back with a jerk. "I don't know. I just felt compelled to untie her." "What?" He looked at Karen for a moment. "Have we misjudged this and she is a witch, though I sensed no magic being done? But then she has guessed what we are. How have you done this?" The last directed straight at Karen. "I have done nothing. I told you I can smell you. You can't live with a dragon like I have and not learn the scent of one. We have worked with several. Yes, we know for that library of yours. How Draken can think to help humans to know all our secrets are beyond me. If you think knowing the histories of a peoples that continue to act like misbehaving children taking what they want, instead of asking or bartering for it, or for people to learn to spot someone like Malazur and his wandering storyteller scam as being secrets, then too bad." The one to the right stepped closer and grabbed Karen and pulled her closer to him. Then he took in her scent. Karen wondered just what he could smell. "I smell nothing but human in her. And the only magic I can smell is Draken's, though she doesn't have any spells cast on her." Karen's mind was working faster than theirs, it seemed, and had reviewed what had happened, and saw that she had used her mind to push her will onto his, and make him do what she had wanted. She had never heard of this type of thing before from dragons or human wizards or witches. This scared her, but she knew that it might be the only thing that gets her out of this and back to safety with her beloved. And with the man so close to her face, she felt she should try it again. So she stared at him. "You will untie me and let me go." The man's eyes crossed again and his hands began to move to the knots that secured her to the horse. Then Karen felt a hand on her head and all went black. The dragon that had been affected was confused when Karen slumped forward into sleep. The other dragon quickly placed a hood over Karen's head before he turned to the first. "Don't let her get that close to you. I don't know what she was doing, but there was no smell, and other than her words, she did nothing to you to link you to her mind and her will. Jetinodon will not like this." "I don't like this. Twice she was able to make her words force me into doing her will. What will she ask of me next time?" "We'll keep her hooded for now. When she is not hooded, do not look at her. Do not give her the chance to work her will on you. I will tell the others, for know you should meditate and strengthen your shielding." With that, the two dragons parted, leaving Karen asleep on the horse. Unbeknownst to the group, there was a young man hiding in a large bush, not far from where the horses and a young woman sitting atop one of them were. He smiled to himself, as he thought it would be fun to see what else this young female could do, as he had seen the effect her words had on the dragon. But he also knew time for her was short. Draken woke slowly with a terrible pain that went from the top of his horns to the tip of his tail. When he finally opened his eyes and looked up, it was to see his mother, father and sister. All looked very worried. "What are you—" "Karen, where's Karen?" Draken tried to rise, but his father stopped him. "You need to stay still, I still have more healing to do." "Father, where is Karen?" Draken demanded. "Taken," supplied Beth, Draken's mother. "I have to go after her. They'll kill her, I know it." Draken again started to get up. and his father pushed him back down. "I said stay. Those bastards did a number on you. You're lucky to be alive." "Please, son, just be still. You've been out for 5 days and I've been working on you for most of that." Draken settled down again. "Dear, half the dragon community heard your call for aid. Unfortunately, we couldn't get here in time to help. Some of our friends are out looking for Karen even now. There are other things that you need to know, however. You weren't the only one attacked. 2 of the council members were attacked and..." Beth stopped as she found it hard to say the next part. "Who?" "Maldabar. He was found..." Beth couldn't continue. "Why would they kill him?" Draken asked. "Because he was one of your supporters." "Drac, he was going to step down and proclaim you to take his place," Angel added. "Jitenadon couldn't have that, and we all know why too. The only thing I want to know is, why take Karen?" Beth finished. "He will use her to get to me. He knows I'll do anything to get her back unharmed. Do you know where his minions might have taken her?" Draken replied coldly. "We think they went north. Other than that, we don't know. Narrated and Shazemni are searching for any sign of her, but are well over 2 weeks away from here. Many don't want to get involved. There's just too much that we don't know. Father, if you have the energy, make a sending to Tamil. He should have knowledge of where to look for Jitendon. I will tend to what healing I need to finish once I have eaten. I think we are going to need more help than we have. Angel, will you get the box with the calling stones? We will need the help of our friends, I think." "Tamil? Why Tamil?" asked Malazur. "Let's just say I did him a favour some time back and he's been feeding me information on the council ever since." As Angel moved to the shelves to get the box Draken had asked for, Malazur shook his head and grabbed up the cow carcass he had brought in earlier and gave it to Draken, who all but pounced on it. It was gone in a matter of moments. Angel returned carrying a small box that held 10 small stones. Draken took the box, then removed the stones and laid them on the floor in an interesting pattern. The stones Draken took from the box were the twins to ones that men had, that served Draken and Karen a year ago. The men were so pleased when they left that they all said that if there was anything they could do in the future to help the two, that all they had to do was ask. That was when Draken made up the stones. He could use them to call them for help if needed, and they could call for aid from him as well. Draken closed his eyes and called up the spell to activate the stones. In moments the stones were glowing, then Draken let out a roar. It was over half a candle mark when the first of the men's faces were seen in their stone. "Lord Draken, what can I do for you?" asked the man Draken remembered as Gram. "Gram, I will tell you when the others have taken up their stones. I will tell you that the worst thing possible has happened," Draken said, trying to remain calm. "Lord, Jess and Cobb are here with me. It would take near an hour to get to their homes to get their stones. They'll be able to hear what has caused you to call. I know you would not unless something awful has happened." He paused for a moment. Draken saw that 4 other faces had appeared. One of them was Cal, the captain of the group. "Lord Draken, you look like hell. What's going on? My daughter told me the house shook when you called through the stone," asked Cal, but he looked like he really didn't want to know. "We are waiting for some of the others. Gram has said that Jess and Cobb are with him." Another face appeared. "My Lord Tully, Jerry, Raff and Otter aren't at home. They're working for a jewel merchant at the moment and are running caravan runs right now, so they will not have heard you call." "How many have appeared?" Cal asked. "There are now 6, but if 4 are away and 2 at Gram's, then all are accounted for. I bring you terrible news. There has been another attack, this one by many dragons and men. I need your help again, my friends." Cal wasn't slow to see that this was killing Draken. "Draken, are you all right? Has something happened to Mistress Karen or Miss Angel?" Draken turned his head away in pain. Angel stepped in and held her brother. "Friends, I am fine. My parents and I were on our way here when Drac called for help. He was badly hurt from the battle. 4 dragons lie dead in the forest about the cave. As we tended to Dracon, we realised that there was someone missing. Karen has been taken. Those that have done this most likely are going to use her to force Dracon into something he would never do, or something even worse. We have little information other than north as a direction that these animals have taken her, but we are working to get more. I know that you all finished your service to Dracon and Karen, but I would ask, would you come to their aid? We need help in looking for her as well as in getting her back. Please, would you help us? Angel was shaking from the fear that she felt for her sister. The men were all silent for a moment. Angel could hear talking coming from the stone that belonged to Graham, as he had 2 others with him. Then Cal spoke. Graham, you, Jess, and Cobb are the closest to them, but to the north of the cave. Head east and see if you can't pick up a trail. Take the stone and let us know what you find. The rest of us will make all speed for the cave. It will take us some time, about 3 weeks, I think. And we won't be coming alone. You have made friends, though, you don't know them. How long ago was the attack? Do you know who did it, and where they might go with Miss Karen? Angel began telling the men what had been happening. Jess and Cobb went running to get what was needed for the 3 men to be ready to hunt. By the time Angel was finished, Graham, Jess, and Cobb were ready to leave. If these assholes did go north, it should take 4 or 5 days to intercept them from Graham's place, I think. It all depends on how fast they were moving. I have sent notes out to the others. We should all meet in Gindale by evening tomorrow if we can leave within the next 2 hours. Dracon, lad will get her back. I swear. Don't you fear. She'll be back in your arms soon. Gentlemen, we have work to do. Finished Cal. And with that, the others agreed, and soon the faces left and the glow subsided from the stones. 7 days still had Talavir following the party. The group had been travelling like madmen. He also couldn't believe how they were treating the woman. He didn't think they had given her anything to eat, but he did see one person toss her a water skin. Luckily, even with her hands tied as they were, she could still drink. He couldn't imagine how the woman felt. But now the group looked like they were going to stop for the day as they were having a patrol check the area. Talavir had moved back because of a patrol that was passing when he noticed 3 humans slowly coming up behind the group. As they got closer, he could see they were wearing a sash with a dragon symbol on it. The symbol was for that of the dragon Dracon. This was a surprise to Talavir. He didn't know that any humans other than his wife and whoever else were helping with the library had anything to do with them. As the men grew even with him, he could hear them. "Where do you think they're going next?" asked Jess. "I've no idea. I just wonder why they haven't gotten back on the road," replied Graham. "Do you think Miss Karen is all right?" Cobb asked. Talavir moved up to the side of the men and softly spoke. "Gentlemen, if you continue forward, you may put the lady in jeopardy." The men jumped and turned, but no noise was heard. "Who the hell are you? What do you want?" hissed Graham after a moment. "I'm a friend. I saw the group and would have thought nothing of it except for the woman they have had tied to a horse or a tree for the last few days. I do hope there are more than you," Talavir said with a slight change. The men looked back and forth between each other, but finally made up their minds. "We have friends that will be coming. Why have you been following this group? Have you seen if any of the men have hurt or tried anything with the lady?" Cobb asked. "I thought they might have been going to, but they only talked, and for some reason they stopped and placed a hood on her. Other than a lack of food and the hood, she seems to be doing well. As to why I'm following, I just didn't like what I saw and felt. I saw them coming and took to hiding as they passed. My family lived near a witch, and for some reason I could always tell when she was working magic. That group reeks of it." This was a welcome surprise to the men, of course. "Can you tell where it's coming from? Which person?" Graham questioned. "I can't do that unless I was right in the middle of them." "Sorry," replied Talavir. "Graham, should we try to get closer?" "I do think we need to report this to Dracon," asked Jess. The other 2 looked at each other, then at the stranger. "Friend, what do you know of dragons?" Talavir thought this was an interesting approach. "Not much. Mostly they're large lizards that can be good or bad depending on how they feel." Most have some level of magic, though only a handful would be of a level to be considered mages. Why do you ask? What do dragons have to do with this group? We believe some, if not most, of that group are dragons in human guise. We know and have worked with and for several dragons as well. We believe that these dragons have taken Mistress Karen to force her husband into doing something that we have yet to figure out. Why would dragons care what humans do or think? Even a king would be beneath them, one would think, Talavir said as he tried to play along. The reason is, Mistress Karen's husband isn't human. He is the dragon wizard Draken, son of Malazur. What? Talavir tried to sound every surprised. She's married to... How did she ever... We can tell you more later. Let's move back since it doesn't seem like they're going to move in the next hour or so and contact Draken. I would move back quite a ways. If those beings are dragons, their range of smelling magic would be farther than mine is. With that, the men moved back farther into the woods until Talavir felt safe about it. Then Gram pulled out his stone. Talavir was impressed when he saw the thing begin to glow. He had not smelled the artifact until it was activated. Lord Draken, we have news. A moment later, Draken's face appeared in the centre of the stone. Please, have you found anything? We have done more than found their trail. We have found the group. We have also found a friend that has been following the group for a few days now and has told us of the condition of your lady. She is alive, but other than scared and hungry is as yet unharmed. A friend? Are you sure he can be trusted? Asked Draken coldly. He got to us before we got too close and warned us that if we got too close that those arsehole might hurt Mistress Karen. When he told us the reason he continued to follow the group was because of how they were travelling with her, he became concerned for her. I have yet to learn his name, but by his face and his actions I believe he is a good man. Talavir was surprised by the man's words and it touched him. The name's Tal. Is it true that you and the woman are married? Talavir directed to the stone. For 4 years now, Karen has been my wife and my everything. Draken stopped and looked at the man. You are dressed as a hunter. You have watched this group. Would you help my friends to free my wife? Return her to me, and I will reward you. Talavir was surprised by the level of trust given to him so quickly, but could see the hope in the dragon's eyes. Reward is not needed. I can hear in your voice the fear that you have, and the spark of hope that these men have brought to you. Will you be coming yourself, or will it be just us four? There was a pause as Draken pulled back to talk to someone, then returned. I am as yet too weak to fly, let alone fight. My sister is even now readying herself to head in your direction. Talavir couldn't believe that the most beautiful creature in the world would be coming, but then he came to his senses. He knew she was limited in her abilities and became scared that she would not be up for the challenge. If this group does contain several dragons, would they not smell her? And the same can be said if these men are wizards. Would she not have to mask both any magics that she has as well as her dragon scent? Can she do that? Draken paused a moment but then yelled out something to someone behind him. You have thought of something that we have not. Thank you, Tal. My sister does not have the ability to mask her scent for either. I will take care of that. Gram, stay back and let Angel use the stone to home in on. It may take her several hours. She's going to have to land and trek to meet with you. I will call the others and have them turn to head for you. You have all done very well. Thank you so very much. Mistress Karen has done much for all of us. If things stay as they are, we will wait for Angel, but we will make plans just in case. Good. Call if you need anything. Thank you. And with that, Draken's face disappeared and the stone went out. Gram sat and thought for a moment. Finally, he came up with a few ideas. Jess, Cobb, work your way around to the other side of that group. I'll wait here for Angel. I'm having an idea that might act as a distraction to a distraction. Then have Tal get in and get Karen. I'm good, but he's better. He looked straight at Tal. I didn't even know he was next to us until he spoke. What I'm thinking is that Angel and I come in from the other side and act as if we're having an argument or something, and she can go running into their camp asking for help. Believe me when I say that she could stop an army. If it looks like the people are going to work with the main distraction, then Tal, you go for Karen. If the group is standoffish, then Cobb and Jess, you go for the horses. Once the horses run, then Tal, you get Karen and make a run for it. I'll have Angel then break and follow you, then take Karen and fly. Tal, once they are away, you just keep right on going and don't look back. We'll keep those assholes busy for as long as we can. Tal realised that he was looking at a man who thought he was making the ultimate sacrifice. The sad part was that it most likely would. Draken felt like collapsing when he heard that. His wife was still alive. Angel gave him a big hug, and all but cried herself. Beth and Malazur came in at that moment, took in the scene, and for a moment thought that the worst had happened. Then Angel let out a whooping howl of sheer joy. This confused the parents. "What's that for?" Beth said. "They found her. Graham and the others. They found her and she's alive." "What? Where are they? Are they going to try to get her back?" asked Malazur. "I'm heading out to join them now. Then we'll see if we can't get her back. Come on, Drac, hit me with the spells to mask both the smell of magic and the smell of dragon." "Wait, why would you need to have him do that?" Malazur asked as he looked from one to the other. "Father, I don't have the abilities or the energy to do both. Drac can do them and mask that he did them on top of it. It will leave me free to use what I have when I'm there," Angel explained. "No," Malazur said calmly. "No? What?" "That's what I said, no. You are not going. Those bastards have to answer for what they have done to my family. I will not let my baby girl walk into such danger as this." He answered her with a growl. "Father, I can take care of myself. I haven't been your baby anything in 400 years. Those men are expecting me," stated Angel. "Then they will get you." And with that, he transformed into his daughter. He even had her voice. "They will not know it is me unless there is trouble, but then I will be able to do more than you." "But father," she tried to argue. "Do not argue with your father. Please, neither of us could stand it if something like what happened to Draken happened to you. Please, just listen to your father," begged Beth. Angel looked to Dracon for a moment, then ran to her father and gave him a kiss. "You make a very pretty me. Please be careful. Don't worry. I've been through a lot more than this. We'll get through it and get past it." Malazur let his daughter go, then transformed back to his normal form. Walked over to the box of stones, took a sniff of the box. Turned, kissed Beth, then left the cave. Beth stood looking out the front of the cave as both Angel and Dracon came to the side of their mother and placed their arms around her as she let a few tears fall from her face. "So do you think it's been long enough yet?" Angel asked Draken. "Long enough for what?" "For that sleeping potion I slipped to Mum to have taken effect." "Angel!" "Drac, I'm going after Karen. Now hit me with those spells so that I'm not detected. Dad can be mad at me later. I need to help her. I need to be there." Angel looked to her brother with a face that clearly said that she was going with or without his help. Dracon sighed and cast the spells that she needed. "Dad's going to be mad as hell. Just try to wait until you see that he is in real trouble before you act. I'll tell Mum when she wakes and try to make her understand." "Thanks." Angel kissed her brother on the cheek, then took to the air. Karen had been sitting on the ground now for several hours, and darkness was falling when she came to the conclusion that it was no better than sitting on a stupid horse. That was when she felt it, a small fluttering in her lower stomach. Not too surprised by this, she changed positions and it happened again. This was strange, but then she thought that it could be just that time. It would be almost the icing on the cake. She had been feeling strange for the last several days that really had nothing to do with the fight, the fear, and the frantic riding. She was swollen and her breasts hurt, as did her back. Then she remembered that her last moon had been all but non-existent, which usually meant that the one that followed would be rather unpleasant. Oh, this is not going to be good. Here I am travelling with a bunch of dragons and I have to tell them I need moonliners. Great. Karen thought to herself. After that, she set her mind to do what she was going to need to do, and waited for someone to come by so that she could ask. Graham, Cobb, Jess and Tal sat back waiting for full dark. It was discovered that this group had travelled more than was first thought, and that it would be well past midnight before Angel was to arrive. Tal, on the other hand, had an idea to sneak in and see how the lady was doing. Tal, you don't have to. I don't believe they'll do anything to her tonight, stated Cobb. So, I know, but I've always listened to my gut and it keeps telling me that I need to check on her. You're just full of little things, aren't you? If it weren't from the way your face looked the last time we called Lord Draken and learned that a member of the Dragon Council had been killed, I would be wondering if you were trying to contact someone in that group. The absolute hate that crossed your face when Draken said the name of the dragon responsible was enough to quell that thought. What gives? Tell us so that we know if we can trust you or if we need to rethink our plans, Graham demanded. All right, the dragon behind all of this is one that I have been tracking for years. He killed my family, wiped out my whole village. I was the only survivor. This may be my one and only chance to kill him. No, you don't have to change your plans and I will do my part. Anything I can do to hamper or hurt that monster is a point in my favour. But I just keep getting a strange feeling when I think of that poor girl over there. Look, I'm very good at getting in and out of places. We can't do anything until Draken's sister gets here. And even then, it might be sunup. If I can get close enough, I can let her know that help is coming so she'll be ready. But I think we're too far from her to help her if those bastards do try something. Graham, Cobb, he's got a point. If someone tries something, we'd never know it until it was over. Tal, you go and get as close as you can. If you can make contact, then do so. Let her know that Draken is alive and that help is on the way, said Jess. With that, Tal left. After a few moments, Jess turned to the others. Guys, I think we have a problem. I don't think Tal is what he seems to be. What's that supposed to mean? Asked Graham. I don't think he knew he did it, but he growled. Jess stated. What? I know he growled, I could hear it in his voice, replied Cobb. No, this wasn't done when he was talking. It was when Draken told us who was behind this attack. I heard him growl. Just like I heard Draken do once or twice, I have no doubt that he's after that other dragon. But I think there's more to it, and I don't think Tal is human either. Do you think he's working with those asshole? Asked Cobb. Oh no, but there's just something about him, Jess said with certainty. Well, we'll see what happens. As long as he does his part and we get Lady Karen back, I don't care. Finished Graham. Jess, Cobb, get some sleep. I'll wake Jess at midnight, then he'll wake you. Angel should be here by midnight or thereabout, and one of us can let her know what is going on. After that, there was nothing to do but wait. Karen knew it was late and no one had come close enough to her for her to get their attention, and was guessing it was just short of midnight, and was about to take the hood off and see if she could see anyone to help her. The fluttering in her stomach had turned into something more, and she was feeling really sick. But just as she was going to, she thought she heard something behind her but wasn't sure. But then she smelled something. It was familiar, yet just a little stronger. Then a hand came up and around her face on the outside of the hood. Please don't make a sound and don't be frightened. I come with word from Draken. If Karen's mouth weren't already covered, she would have covered it herself. Draken is all right, and his sister is coming to help get you away from here. There are others that say you know them that are also here. Don't make a sound, or we may be discovered. Karen nodded her head to show her agreement. The person moved their hand and then took the hood from her head. When she looked, she found herself looking into a set of wild green eyes. Karen mouthed, "Who are you?" "I'm Tal, I'm here to help. How are you doing?" The man said in a low whisper. "Not good. I think I'm getting sick. If I had any food, it wouldn't stay down. I'm fighting to keep the water I drank down as it is. Please, is Drac all right? Is he alive?" She replied the same way. "He is. He's still weak, but between his father and his own skill, he's doing better." Tal reached into his pocket and pulled out something and smelled it. Here, chew this for a moment, then put it under your tongue. It will calm your stomach, it's just mint. And he placed the leaf in Karen's mouth. And that was when Karen smelled that scent she had caught before and reached quickly for his hand and took another sniff. Her eyes widened, then she became scared and tried to pull away. Easy. We don't want to draw attention to the fact that I'm here. Please, my lady, I'm here to help you. Okay, dragon. Who else is near that is helping you? Karen replied between clenched teeth. Tal was surprised. How did you know? Never mind. Graham, Jess and Cobb, 3 men that worked for you some time back, I think they said. Draken called them and some of the other to help look for you. Now how did you know I'm... dragon? I know the scent. Most of those that are here are. But you smell different. It's familiar but stronger, more musky. Then it came to her. You're a half-breed. Like Angel, I think. Please don't say anything about that to anyone. Your friends would most likely not trust me if they knew. No, they would trust you more than you think. They've seen Draken's sister in all her forms. Karen looked this Tal all over. I think you need to know that those that are here seem to be waiting for something. I don't know who did this, but I don't want to be here when the sun comes up. Please get me out of here. We're waiting for Angel. When the sun comes up, Angel and Graham will be coming down the road and cause a distraction on the far side of the camp. Jess and Cobb are going to be near the horses, and if the first distraction doesn't work, they're to do something with them. I'll be coming back to get you, and we run for it. If I have to, I'll shift and take you from here that way, but I don't want to. But then Angel is supposed to break from Graham and make for us and take you and fly. Karen continued to watch this Tal and hadn't failed to notice what his body said when he mentioned Angel. He must know her somehow and was at least in love with her on some level. But she also knew that he hated his dragon half. She would have said something, but she got a sniff of something. Hood, quickly! Hide! Tal placed the hood over Karen's head and moved silently back into the bushes. A moment later, a sentry came walking by. He stopped and looked down. Karen was still as if trying to play like she was sleeping, but then her stomach rolled, cramped, and she fell over. What's wrong with you? Asked the man. She could smell that he was human. I'm going to be sick. Please take the hood off. Please. Karen begged. To her surprise, the man took the hood off, helped her sit back up, and helped her to drink some more water. Then felt her head. You're clammy. When was the last time you ate? I don't remember. When did you start feeling sick? Yesterday. I tried to tell someone, but none would come near me. Then today, I started having cramps in my lower stomach. Karen said as another wave of cramps started. This is going to be hard for you to answer, but when was your last moon and do you have bad ones? If it weren't dark out, Karen would have seen that he was beet red with embarrassment. With your people keeping me asleep for the first part of this trip, I've lost track, but it could be any day now. And sometimes it does get bad. Some mint or chamomile tea sometimes helps. At the least it will settle my stomach, Karen said and swallowed hard. Drink some more water and I'll see if I can find some, the man said, and then got up and left. Karen sat back with her eyes closed and tried to tell her stomach to behave. Karen was not surprised when Tal didn't come back right away, but waited to see if the nice sentry would. After what seemed like forever, he did, but he wasn't alone. So you're sick? You don't look that bad, said the one that came with him. It was one of the dragons. But just as he leaned in to get a better look, Karen couldn't hold her stomach in check any longer and was sick right on his boots. I told you she was sick. You better get that cleaned up. I'll take care of her, the nice man said with a chuckle. Fine. Just remember not to look at her. At least not into the eyes, said the dragon man as he stomped off. The sentry helped her to move away from where she had been sick, then kicked some dirt over it, then handed her the mug. I managed to find some fresh chamomile. After taking a cautious drink, asked, "Why are you being so nice?" "You remind me of my granddaughter," said the man as he brushed away some hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. "You know they're going to kill me, even if my mate does what they want him to do," Karen said, then took another drink. "No, they aren't. Once they get what they want from him, then you go free." "Do you know what they want from him? Do you even know what he is?" "No, to both questions. Look, just drink your drink and try to get some rest." "My mate is a powerful dragon wizard, and the dragons that you are working for want to kill him to gain his power. Once they have him, they'll kill me." "Dragons, you're talking nonsense. There are no dragons anywhere near here." "The man you brought back with you is a dragon. He's made himself look like a human, but he can't hide his scent. I've lived with a dragon for 4 years. I've worked with his father and several others. Please don't say anything to them that I've told you this. They'll kill you if they think they have been discovered." The man paused and just started for a long moment. "We have been told not to look at you. Why?" "The other day, 2 of the dragons came up to me and were going to do something, but I recognized them for what they were. Then somehow I was able to make one of them almost let me go. I looked straight at him and ordered him to untie me, and he started to do it until his friend put me out with a sleep spell. Please, this may be a lot to ask, but help me. Help me get away from here. If not, then you should try to get away from here yourself. They're not going to want witnesses and will most likely kill all the humans here." Karen stopped to think and to take another drink. She had no idea as to why she felt she could tell this man what she did, but she was hoping he might help. "I can't help you. Even if what you say is true and most of these men are dragons, or even just a few, that just makes them more dangerous than being just wizards, which is what I thought they were." Karen then slowly looked up at the man, catching his eyes with hers. "Then run. Go home and live," she said, feeling that same feeling she had before. The man's eyes crossed. He stood and walked to the picket line, got on his horse and slowly moved off into the darkness and was gone. "Well, I can hope he makes it," she thought to herself. Karen drank the rest of the tea, put the mug down, curled into a ball, and quietly cried. Tal was shocked that Karen would try to help the man, but then she used that power of hers again and knew it was something very rare and very impressive. When he saw Karen curl up and start to cry, it nearly broke his heart. Tal worked his way back to the others, as he knew that Angel would be coming in soon. When he came back into camp, he had an unfriendly surprise, as 2 of the men grabbed him from behind and held knives to his throat. "So where did you go, and who are you working for?" "Take the blades away and I'll tell you what you might have already guessed," Tal said very calmly. Graham spun Tal around. "Talk!" "Karen is sick. She told me that I should talk to you guys and tell you everything." As Tal knew, he had their attention when he said the first statement. "Sick? What's wrong? Have they hurt her?" Graham demanded. "I don't truly know if they are the cause, or just the reason it's getting worse. The poor thing's nearing her moons, or at least that's what she told the sentry that found her getting sick. He was even nice enough to get her a cup of tea to help. I gave her some mint, but it didn't help that much. She did manage to throw up on one of the arsehole." "Good for her. Now what's the rest of it?" was Jess's reply. "She knows what I am. She told me that I should tell you. The dragon that is responsible for all of this is the one that destroyed my village and killed my mother. I told you this. What I didn't tell you is that he is also my father." "Are you on the level?" asked Jess. "Jetanadon caught and raped my mother. About 30 years later, he heard that she had a child. Not wanting to take the chance that it was his, he attacked the village and killed everyone. He thought he had killed me, but I wasn't that lucky. I woke days later, and I wish I hadn't. I put 127 people in the ground that day. I swore to my mother in blood that I would avenge her. That was almost 600 years ago. I've been looking for him ever since. I could never get close enough." Tal had a tear running down his face as he faced the 2 men. Graham and Jess both let go of Tal. "My God, man, that's a long time to be waiting to take your revenge. How'd Karen guess what you were?" Tal chuckled. "She could smell me of all things, and I thought I had washed pretty good." This brought quiet chuckles from Gram and Jess, as Tal had hoped it would. "So, have we had word from Draken, or from his sister? By the way, please don't tell her what I am. I human, that's all there is." Gram looked at him. Then a statement Tal had made the day before made sense now. If he was like Angel, with little in the way of power, and knew what he could do, he could guess that she wouldn't have much more. Gram let a smile go across his face. "All right, Tal, if that's what you want, but we may need your true form before this thing is over. And as to your question, Angel should be here at any time." The three men sat in silence for no more than a minute, when Tal looked around and crouched low but then relaxed. The men had followed his lead and were now looking at him in question. He smiled and made an hourglass shape with his hand and pointed in the direction he had smelled something coming from. It was strange that he could even smell her, but Karen had been right. Her scent was like his, but sweeter, lighter. He found himself liking it. The two men smiled with the hand gesture and relaxed. Moments later, Angel crawled into camp. "Hi guys. Man, I'm glad to see you. Have you seen Karen? Is she doing okay?" "I just got back from checking on her. She's sick. But she doesn't think there's anything to worry about, it's just that time of the moon for her. And all the crazy riding she's had to do is going to make it ugly." "Okay, what's the plan and when do we start?" Angel said coldly. Gram started telling the plan to her. Tal looked at her from the side and thought for a moment that there was something wrong, but then let his mind go back to what Gram was saying. But still, something in the back of his mind kept saying that something wasn't right, but he just couldn't figure it out. As Gram finished, then told her to bed down and get some rest, and they would get started at Falstorn. Gram and Tal both took to lying down and waited for the sun to start to show itself. Karen woke feeling worse than she had the night before, and even before she could get a drink, she threw up. Then the one that she had thrown up on the night before began walking over to her. He looked very upset. "What did you do to Jay?" he bellowed. "I didn't do anything. He gave me a mug of tea, then went back to his rounds, I would guess. Why? What happened?" Karen tried to sound scared and concerned, and in all truth she was. "He's gone. His horse too." By now he was right up into Karen's face. "Witch, you will suffer if you have done something to him." "If I were a witch, I wouldn't be sitting here in the dirt throwing up." She turned her head and caught his eyes and held them. "Leave me alone. Go away and never come back." The man's eyes crossed, then focused, then crossed again as Karen put as much force as she could into the stare. The man stood, and as he walked away, there was a bunch of loud yells from the far side of the camp. Karen remembered what Tal had said, and hoped that it was the first of the distraction. "I told you I'd find you, you harlot. Now we'll see who is the master. Just wait till I get you home." Gram yelled at the woman he was all but dragging. "Let me go, I won't go back. You have no claim on me," yelled Angel right back. Malazur, in the guise of Angel and Gram, had been yelling back and forth for some time as they walked down the road. This was the first part of the plan. As the two neared the group camped off to the side of the road, Angel made a mad kick and was able to break Gram's hold and went running into the camp asking for help. She was dressed, so to speak, in a torn and dirty dress that showed quite a lot of her beautiful body. Angel ran into the middle of a large group of men begging for help. "Please, he's going to kill me. Please help me." "Woman, get back here. When I get you home, I'm going to beat you senseless for this," Gram yelled and made for the group. One man stepped between Gram and Angel, but then another grabbed Angel. "Please, he's going to kill me." "So what business is it of ours? Van, get out of the way so the idiot can take his woman back." "Why? If he can't handle her, I say we keep her. I could think of a few things she would be good for." The man leered at her. "That's my woman you're holding. Now get out of my way." Gram moved as if he were going to shove past the man, when Angel turned and let fly a punch to the man holding her, then followed with a kick to the man next to him. Gram rammed into the man closest to him, taking him to the ground, then punching him until he was out. This was when both knew things would get interesting. Others from the camp came running, Malazur knew all that were running now were dragons, as he could smell them, and that made it hard for him to hold his guise of his daughter. This was also the most dangerous part of this part of the plan. He knew they couldn't hurt him, but the man with him was very vulnerable. Tal waited for the fight to begin before moving up to Karen. For a moment he thought he was going to have to do something sooner because one of the dragons had come up to Karen after she had been sick. The stupid got close enough for her to work her will on him, and he got up and left, but only to see what was going on the other side of the camp. Tal came up behind the tree that Karen was tied to and cut the ropes holding her to it. "Karen, be still for a few moments more, then I'll cut you free and we can run for it." "Tal, is it time?" At just that moment, several things happened. The first being a large fight broke out near the far side of the camp, and the second Cobb came running over with 2 horses, as the others were driven past by Jess. Tal quickly jumped around the tree to free Karen and got her on one of them, then got on the other. As the 2 started to move, several men started running towards them but were intercepted by Cobb and Jess. Karen was too caught up in the moment to realise what was going on, and tried to ride when the horse bucked and tossed her. Tal was several lengths away from Karen when this happened, and had turned just in time to see something dive out of the sky and grab Karen and then went back up. But he didn't stop as he followed what he saw, which was a little tan dragon, from below. Karen knew right away who it was, but was confused because she had seen Angel still fighting near the far side of the camp. "Angel, what the hell is going on? Why have you left Gram so soon?" "I was never with him, Karen, don't worry, I have you," Angel yelled back. Karen realised in a moment that the one fighting had to be Malazur, but he wouldn't know that Angel was there and that she was safe. Karen looked down and somehow spotted Tal. Karen also knew that Malazur and their friends were going to need her help. "Angel, please, you have to listen to me. Our friends need you. There are too many dragons down there and your father is going to get himself killed without your help. Take me down to Tal, the rider below us. He will protect me as we work our way back to the caves, but you need to help your father." Angel thought about what she should do, then circled around to all but land on Tal. "Tal, take Karen and go. I must return to the fight," she yelled and all but tossed Karen to him. He was stunned, but his reflexes were very good, and he caught Karen and helped her to sit correctly on the horse. Then Angel was back in the air, heading for the fight. Tal made the horse jump and run so as to put as much distance between the fight and them, but he kept looking over his shoulder to look at Angel. Karen was positive that if she weren't there, he would have gone after her. It was 10 minuets later when they came to a thick set of trees when the pain and the nausea became too much for Karen and she yelled for Tal to stop. He helped her down and was grateful he did, for she was sick again. "Tal, I can't go on like this. I don't know what's wrong," Karen said when she got her breath back. Then she looked around and spotted a large tree with a small hollow at the base. Karen was always one to think quickly. "Tal, you have to trust me. I can't go on without Malazur's help, and both he and Angel are going to need you. Don't ask me how I know, I just do. I want you to shift into your normal form, your real form. Dig out that hollow under the tree for me, then hide me in it. Then I want you to go and help Angel and her father." "I won't leave you," Tal protested. "You have to. Malazur is the only one here that has healing spells unless you're stronger than I think you are. And besides, how else are you going to get her to fall in love with you?" The last was said to see if Karen could shock him. It did. "I'm not... How did... When did... Oh, hell. I still can't leave you like this. Please, you have to. Don't make me force you to do it," Karen said as she tried to catch his eyes. "Like I'd let you look into my eyes that long. Yes, I've seen you do things for the past week. I'd love..." "Karen!" Tal was interrupted as Karen curled onto her side. "Please, do what I ask. I need a healer. Go to them, help them, then bring them all back here to me. Please," Karen said through gritted teeth. Tal knew by what he saw he was in no position to argue with Karen, and so stood up and for the first time in a long while let his human form go and flowed back to his true form. As Karen had thought, he was very much like Angel, except that he was a light brown colour and his wings were even darker. He was also taller by nearly 2 or 3 feet than Angel, but from where Karen was it was hard to tell. Tal moved to the tree and in moments cleared a good section under the tree, then came back, took Karen in his arms and placed her in the hollow. Tal, trust me. Trust that half of yourself that you have tried so hard to forget. Now place a log over the opening with some dirt around it so no one can see me, then go to them. Karen, I think this is a bad idea. I can get you home by nightfall, if anything happens to you. Help Angel. Please, they need you. I'll be here when you get back. I just need time to rest. With that, Karen closed her eyes. Tal did what she asked, and took to the air for the first time in nearly 50 years. Malazur was hard-pressed to stay the way he was. Gram was down but alive, and now there were 3 dragons in human form working him over. Then one of the assholes saw something and shifted into his true dragon form, and was about to bring his tail down on Malazur's head, when a small tan dragon, less than half the size of Malazur or Dracon for that matter, landed right on the dragon's head, slamming it into the ground, knocking him out. Malazur took one look and grew very angry. Angel! Be mad later. Angel paused to look for her next target. What are you waiting for, an engraved invitation? Let's kick some ass. Then smiled brightly at her father and leapt into the air to help Cobb and Jess. Malazur turned to the 2 still advancing and began laughing. As he did, he began to shift back to his form. Holy shit! It's Malazur! Take him out! Yelled one, and soon was shifting too, but was not ready when Malazur sprang. Malazur moved over Gram to protect him as best he could, which left him a little restricted. Angel found the other 2 and found them to be in way over their heads. Jess was down, and Cobb looked to be dead, but she still felt that there might be a chance if she could get them to her father. Then, after a moment, she realised that she might just have made a mistake, as she soon found herself facing a full-sized dragon and several men. It was a few minuets later, when a hit from the side sent her sprawling to the ground, and was unable to hold her dragon form and shifted back. She tried to turn to face what she knew was coming, when she heard a bellow from above, and the dragon facing her stopped and looked up, only to have his head shoved into the ground and his neck making a snapping sound. When Angel looked up, all she could think of was that she was looking at a god. The space was cool and quiet, and Karen was glad to just be still. It was in a moment of quiet calmness that she began to hear something. To her tired mind, it sounded like whispers from far away. But slowly the whispers grew louder. Mother, help us. Karen thought that she was losing it, but still she heard the voices, and soon realised that she was hearing them, and there were distinctly 2 of them. Mother, we don't feel good. What's wrong with us, Mother? Who's there? What do you want? Karen tried to look around, but the space was too dark. Mother, we are here, but something is wrong. Mother, we're scared. Karen felt a moment of fear that came from her belly and looked down at herself. There, to her surprise, was a very small bump to her tummy. Then she knew. The light moon the previous month, the nausea, and the getting sick. Then the fear and the ride and the fall had hurt her more than she realises. Karen reached down and felt her tummy flutter. Is it true? Can it be that his child grows below my heart? Karen said aloud. Mother, we don't feel good. What's wrong with us? Us. Oh, my darling babies. The last few days have been very bad for all of us. I am so sorry. I didn't even realise you were there. Your father is going to be so happy, she said as she continued to rest her hand on her tummy. We know there have been bad things happening. We have been trying to help. We let our minds touch yours so that you could use what we have. But why do we feel so bad? Monsters took me from your father and have not given me any food for several days. That could be part of it. Then, just a little while ago, I was thrown from a horse, and I know I hurt something then. Help will be here soon. We just have to relax and rest. Karen stroked her tummy and felt the flutters again and smiled. Out of the corner of her eye, Karen saw movement. Even though it was dark, her eyes had adjusted. When she looked closer, she saw it was a grub of some tree-eater type and decided that her babies needed the food. With the thought came action, and Karen quickly dug it out and ate it before she could think twice about it. What surprised her was that her stomach kept it down. In a few moments, Karen spotted another one and did the same thing. This went on for some time, and Karen knew it would not be enough, but it at least took the edge off some of the pain from the hunger she was feeling. Karen sat back and let her mind go blank for a moment to try to think what could be done, and if she could do it alone. The flutters in her tummy had calmed after she had eaten, and it seemed that her little ones were sleeping. Karen slowly began to let herself drift off to sleep, but a large noise outside the tree made her fear rise again. So she sat as still as she could and waited. A claw very much like her own reached out to her, and she took it and let herself be pulled up to stand on her feet. He was taller than she by 2 feet at least, but he was... Angel had no words to describe what she saw. "Who are you?" she asked. Talavir. Then he looked around. Malazur was still in trouble. "Grab Jess and Cobb and meet me near your father." With that, he jumped into the air, pumping his wings to gain height, and flew to Malazur. He landed on the back of one of the dragons still attacking, and took the sword he carried and plunged it into the soft tissue right at the base of the dragon's neck. The dragon bellowed and shuddered, then threw himself back only to fall over as his brain lost control of its body. Tal had expected that, and jumped only to land right between 2 others. Malazur saw this and was impressed. Then he realized that the scent was just a little different than one he had smelled last night and knew who it was. But at the moment he could spend no more thought to the half-breed until the battle was over. In total, 6 dragons were killed and nearly 24 men lay scattered for the vultures. Cobb was dead, but Malazur was able to help Jess and Gram. Then Malazur looked to his daughter, and all he could do was take her into his arms and hold her. "I hate to mess this up, but we need to get moving. Karen needs us. She needs Malazur even more," Tal stated. "Who the hell are you? Why the hell did you leave her?" said Malazur, as he came to stand in front of Tal. "She ordered me to. I tried to just take her to Draken, but she knew somehow that I was needed." He stood his ground in front of the big dragon. "You still didn't answer my question, boy," demanded Malazur, though part of it he thought he knew. "I am Talavir. My mother was Kendra of the town of Deep Creek. My father is Jetanidon. I've been hunting him for 600 years because he killed my mother and butchered my village." "You make a bad liar, boy," Malazur said with half a smile to his face. "Look, we can debate this later, but we need to get to her," Tal replied angrily. "Lord Malazur, he's right. If Karen is sick, then she needs you. Jess and I will trek to where our horses are and call Lord Draken and let him know what has happened." Gram said, then turned to Tal. "Which way did you come from when you left her?" "That way, to the south and a little west near a large growth of old trees. She's hiding in a hollow under one." Tal turned and pointed, then stopped and tilted his head and tried to see something in the distance. This did not go unnoticed. Without saying another word, Tal jumped into the air and flew as fast as he could. Karen was about to have a visitor. Karen knew it was only a matter of time before the dragon outside found her. She sat as still as she could and thought to her babies, wishing they had the strength to call to their father, or nearly as good their grandfather. "I will find you. Come out and I will make your death quick," yelled the dragon outside. Karen knew he was just fishing for a response, and she had no intention of giving him one. "You wear my patience thin, girl. Why do you try so hard to stay with him? He could never truly love something as base as you." Karen smiled and would have laughed in the thing's face. This dragon was an idiot to think that Karen would be goaded by that line. "No matter what you do, you will be dead and he will just keep living. I will have his place on the council, and I will have his powers. You see, I too have had a seer tell me what my future is. I too was told I would sit on the council. Would you like to know how I am going to take Dracon's power? I plan to take his heart. Or should I say, what's left of it? That human he calls mother has no idea what she has in her chest. But no, mater. I will take it and place it in me, and if I do it fast enough, I will have her as well. Karen was getting tired of hearing this idiot, but just as she was about to plug her ears, the log in front of the tree was brushed aside, and the dragon looked in. So the little grub had burrowed into a tree. Karen moved back as far as she could go. Then in her mind came a picture of Draken, and in her mind she yelled to him for help. She would have then said something if a bellow behind the dragon didn't make this dragon turn away from her. "Get away from her, Jetanidon!" said 3 people at the same time. Jetanidon tuned to look at them and slowly started to laugh. Well, well, what do we have here? I see Malazur and his half-bitch daughter, but the one standing next to her is a new face. No, just one you have never seen, or at least didn't look too closely at when you killed everyone I knew, replied Tal. I killed a lot of beings. You'll have to be more specific than that, my boy, said Jetanidon. My boy? That is a phrase I never thought to hear you say. But then I don't consider myself to be your anything. Tal continued. What game is this? What in the name of the skies are you talking about? You can't guess, father. But I wouldn't know if you knew any games or not. You weren't around to play any with me. Jetanidon looked at Tal for a moment. No, this can't be. I killed you. Not quite, but you came very close. Now move. We'll have no more trouble from you. Your people have been defeated. You think that's all the people I have? Hardly. Jetanidon, I will have my daughter back. Now move, Malazur demanded. Do not think you can go up against me, Malazur. You don't have the strength for it, not after all that lovely fighting. Then why don't you take on someone who hasn't been fighting and see where it gets you? Said Draken as he came to land between his father and Jetanidon. To say the least, Jetanidon was a little shocked that Drakon could have made it here, let alone be ready to fight. Not after the trouncing he was given. Like you're any better than they are. You're not even fully healed yet, Jetanidon said smugly. I don't have to be healed to take you down, but I will give you a chance to live. Leave no, or I will kill you, Draken said with cold calmness filling him. Jetanidon stood his ground, thought for a moment, then smiled. You won't do anything to me. I'm too close to your wife. You wouldn't want to risk hurting her now, would you? Drak, don't worry about me. Just kick his sorry ass, Karen yelled. Silence, bitch. I'll deal. Aye! Jetanidon was sent sprawling as something hit him from the side. Draken continued as he followed up with placing a very interesting binding spell on Jetanidon. Just as Jetanidon was about to attack, he felt as though the ground itself was holding him in place, and when he looked, he saw that indeed it was, as 2 black clawed hands had come up out of the ground to hold him. He bellowed and fought but couldn't get free. At this point, several things happened at once. Jetanidon swung his tail around and hit the tree with all he had right above the hollow. Karen dropped flat and managed not to get hit by the tail. As the tree started to fall, Draken and Malazur jumped into the air so that they could keep it from dropping on Karen. Angel ran for the hollow, but was stopped by Jetanidon's tail as he swung it again. Tal had jumped into the air at the same time as Draken and Malazur, but his target was Jetanidon. Tal came down hard on Jetanidon's neck. His sword was out, and with a yell, "This is for my mother!" Tal plunged it into the soft skin just under the chin. He didn't stop until he was sure it was in Jetanidon's brain. Jetanidon went into a spasm and tossing Tal, who landed in a heap but was okay. Angel again tried for the hollow to get Karen but was now blocked by the tree, which had slid forward and was now sitting in the hollow. Draken and his father finally got hold of the ancient tree and lifted it, letting it fall harmlessly away from anyone. Angel ran to the hollow and to Karen to find her laying face down and unconscious. Slowly, Angel turned Karen over and saw that Karen had a small cut on her head that was bleeding slightly but couldn't see any other injuries. Quickly, Angel took Karen into her arms and carried her from the tree and laid her on the ground but still held her. Draken and Malazur landed, shifted and moved to Angel and Karen. Draken took Karen up into his arms, calling to her to wake up. "Karen, wake up, love! Please wake up!" Draken, son, be still for a moment so I can see what's wrong with her, ordered Malazur gently. Draken froze in his rocking that he hadn't known he was doing. Malazur raised his hands over Karen and sent his healing into her. Malazur was surprised. Karen's injuries started from the top of the head and went down, but as he started to heal her, he became aware of a set of small whispers that were trying to get his attention. Then Malazur froze and he saw what and where the whispers were coming from. Out loud, he exclaimed, "What the? Holy shit!" and increased his healings. "Father, what is it? What's wrong?" Draken yelled at his father, but Malazur was too stunned to answer. So Draken sent his healing energies to Karen. As he followed what his father had done and strengthened it, he came to where his father was now pouring most of his energy. Then he too saw them, 2 tiny bright lights. Draken couldn't believe what he was looking at, and he was filling with love. But then he heard his father. "Draken, I need your help to finish this. She's hurt worse than I have the energy to deal with." In the back of Draken's mind, he could hear his father panting. "Pull back, father, I will take care of them." When Draken felt his father do as he asked, Draken reached into that well of power that he, only a few times, had ever touched and sent it to Karen. Angel had watched it all. Then Tal came up next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder as he knelt down next to her. She looked up at him and smiled, then turned her face back to Karen and Draken. What she saw next was amazing as Draken began to glow like a sun and sent that glow into Karen. Angel had still been touching Karen and felt her shiver all over. Then she sighed and relaxed. The glow faded, and Draken moved his hand from Karen's head that he placed there and looked down. Karen slowly opened her eyes and smiled. "Hi, handsome," Karen said softly. "Oh, Karen, why didn't you tell me?" His voice pleading, but his eyes were full of happiness. "I didn't know." Karen reached up and touched his face. "Draken, is it over? Can we go home now?" The last was as she tried to look around. Without saying another word, he slowly let Karen go, moved a small ways away, shifted back to his normal form, picked up Karen and took to the air. "Drac, Hey, what's up? Dad, what's going on?" Angel asked, looking very confused. "Sweetheart, I would think that obvious. The battle's over and Draken is taking his wife home," Malazur said with a wicked grin. "Dad, there's something you're not telling me and I want to know what it is," Angel demanded. "You'll just have to wait till we get back. Think of it as my way of punishing you for disobeying me." Then Malazur turned to Tal and couldn't help seeing where the young half-breed had his hand. "Tal, what are your plans now?" "I hadn't thought about it, sir. For 600 years I've only had one thing on my mind." "What do you mean, what are his plans? He's coming home with us," Angel said adamantly. "Angel, don't you think you better ask him if he wants to first?" Malazur asked, smiling, as he knew his daughter. "What, and give him a chance to say no? Are you crazy?" And both father and daughter busted up in laughter at the confused look on Tal's face. When the two had calmed a little, Tal asked, "Should I know what you two are laughing about?" "No, but get used to it or she'll have you looking like that for the rest of your life. That is, unless you're an idiot." Tal looked from father to daughter, then back, and only then realized that he was still holding Angel's shoulder. He let her go and blushed. Angel looked at him and thought he couldn't be cuter, and threw herself into his arms and planted a kiss right on his lips. Tal was surprises and had to wrap his arms around her just to keep them both from falling over. Then his brain realized that the most beautiful creature in the world was kissing him. It was the most wonderful feeling in the world, and he began to return it. It was interrupted by Malazur as he shifted, then said, "Get a cave. I'll see you two at Draken's." But just as he leapt into the air, he yelled back, "And Angel, get used to being called Auntie Angel," then pumped his powerful wings even more and was gone. "Angel, what did he mean by that, Auntie Angel?" Tal asked, still looking as confused as ever. "I don't... Oh, that little shit. I'll tickle them for a month." Angel said as understanding came to her. What? What is it? Well, Uncle Talavir, your sister-in-law just made my father a grandfather. Angel looked at him with a twinkle in her eyes and a grin on her face. Are you saying that Karen is... Wait, Uncle Talavir. I don't have a sister-in-law, he said sadly. You do, unless you're the stupidest man in the world and don't want me. Angel finished with just a hint of sadness. Tal looked at her for a moment. I lied when I said that for 600 years all I've thought about was killing Jetanadin. About 300 years ago I saw you. You looked so beautiful and confident. It was the only time since my mother died that I had actually wanted to shift back to what I was, just so that I could get close to you. I believe I love you, and have loved you from that moment. And if you'll have me... His words were cut off as Angel again was kissing him very deeply and passionately. They were interrupted about 3 hours later as Graham and Jess rode up to them. Graham and Jess had spent time collecting the horses from the humans that were killed, as well as anything else that might have been valuable. Poor Cobb had already been buried, and his things would be returned to his family when the others got home. It was decided that the two men would take everything to the cave, and things would be sorted out from there. The men knew that it would take them near a week or more to get there from where they were, and would use the stone they had if something came up. Draken and Karen returned to the cave just as the sun finished going down. Beth was mad as hell at both her kids, but put that aside when she saw that Karen was safe. Draken placed her right at the table, then shifted to his human form. Karen, how are you doing? He asked, looking concerned. I'm hungry. Starved, in fact, but I just don't have the energy to cook, she replied. Don't worry about that. I have bread and cheese here, said Beth, and she placed them on the table in front of her. Eat. You look pale. Didn't those assholes feed you? Beth asked as Karen took some bread and began eating. Not a scrap, Karen said between bites. I hate to say that when I was hiding in a hollowed-out tree I was so hungry that I ate a few grubs. We needed the food in the worst of ways, Karen said, trying to see if Beth would catch what she said. She missed it. Oh, you poor child. I couldn't think I'd ever be that hungry. Beth made a silly face and everyone chuckled. Well, I knew I had to eat and I just prayed the things would stay down as I'd been throwing up. I did manage the night before to throw up on one of the arsehole. Fear can do that. When I first was taken by Malazur, I was so scared, and almost right after the first time he took his pleasure, I started throwing up just about everything, but then I was already Beth looked at her again. Karen, are you pregnant? Karen smiled and looked to Draken, who was glowing with pride. He looked drunk with happiness. I think Draken will make a wonderful father, don't you? Beth came around the table to hold Karen and placed her hand over the tiny bump in her tummy. This caught Beth by surprise as she felt it flutter. You're showing already. You must be several months along. How could you not have told anyone? Beth, I'm only about 2 months along, I think. My last moon was so light I could hardly credit it, and I'm due any time to miss my second. But with twins I expect to be huge, Karen said coyly. Twins? Are you sure? She looked to Dracon, who nodded. Beth would have said more, but Malazur entered the cave and she ran to him. He shifted and took Beth into his arms for a passionate kiss. Karen was impressed that Beth could kiss for so long. But finally the two lovers separated and Beth looked around. Where's Angel? Has something happened to her? Where is she? Beth demanded. She's fine. Graham and Jess were near and she may be going to return with them. Then again she was distracted when I left. He looked at Karen and Draken when he said that. Karen and Draken couldn't hold back and started laughing and couldn't stop for a long time, thinking how this was to unfold. Malazur was laughing almost as hard, and for his pain was hit in the arm hard, but it didn't hurt him that much as he caught Beth up in his arms again and started kissing her again. It was near midnight when Angel arrived with her surprise in tow. Karen refused to go to bed until she got there, not wanting to miss a moment of the show. Beth was livid until Tal walked in. He had yet to shift back. Beth looked at the rather tall, handsome being that entered the cave very shyly, hand in hand with Angel. "Mum, before you say anything, I know you have every right to be pissed at me, but I had to help Father and Karen." "Who is this?" was all Beth could get out of her clenched lips. Tal went down on one knee. "The man that would love to call you mother, as your daughter has told me in no uncertain terms that she wasn't going to let me get away," Tal replied. That did the trick and snapped Beth out of her anger. "What? Why would you call me mother? I would think that would be wrong." Beth started to absorb all of what he said. But before she could get her mind to work, Angel spoke up. "Mother, this is Talavir, son of Kendra of the town of Deep Creek. He made the difference in this battle. He saved me and helped Dad. When I first saw him, I thought he was a god until he reached for me to help me up. Mother, he's... Angel acted shy for a moment, then straightened and looked down at her mother. "I have claimed him for my mate. He's mine, and I feel like I'm going to explode with happiness." With that, she screamed, turned and jumped into Tal's arms and kissed him passionately, which he returned with equal passion. Beth was so stunned that she looked like she was hardly breathing until Malazur took her into his arms. "I'm going to bed. You coming?" he asked. "What? You agree with this? Has he asked permission from you?" "Like he needs my permission. The only thing I would do is kill him if he rejected her. He's a lousy liar. He kept making calf's eyes at me when I was guised as Angel. I'd say he's loved her for a long time. There is one thing that they didn't tell you. He's Jetanedon's son, and he killed Jetanedon while we were distracted by a big tree. He's Jetanedon's son, but Jetanedon had no offspring. Jetanedon thought he had killed the boy when he slaughtered his mother's village. He almost did. The boy's been hunting Jetanedon for years. His mother brought him up very well, though. He's kind and caring. He'll make Angel a good husband, I think. After all of us have had some time to rest, we should go to see Karen's mother and grandmother so that she can tell them the good news and get the padre to marry them." He tilted his head at the two lovebirds. "What do you think? How do we keep the honeymoon from starting now?" Beth asked with a chuckle instead of answering the question he asked. "I'm not that brave a man. I'd rather face down 10 Jetanedons than face my daughter and tell her she has to wait. Let them have their love." With that, he picked up Beth and headed to the empty barracks. Draken did the same with Karen, and as he walked into their room and put the shield wall up, he saw Angel leading Tal into her room. It was 3 days later, when everyone felt rested enough to want to do anything, when Cal and the others of the group got in contact with Draken to see what was going on, and were told that Karen was safe and well. They were told to still come to the caves as there was going to be a celebration because of her rescue, and they were invited. He didn't tell them it was also to celebrate and announce the pregnancy, and he was looking forward to that. Tal couldn't believe what was happening to him. Not only had he avenged his mother, but also he had found his other half and mate. One of many surprises that he was in for was that Angel was an accomplished cook. He noticed that she was comfortable in whatever form she was in, but tended to stay in either her half-breed form or shift to her human form. He also noted that she was well schooled in what she could do when it came to draconic magics. He had no one to train him, and he realized that it was dangerous for him. On a whim the next day, he took a walk so he could talk to Malazur. He would have approached Draken, but the man was too busy beaming about being a father, and it didn't seem right to take him away from that. He found Malazur and approached. "Sir, could I have a moment of your time?" "Sir, are you talking to me, son? I think you've more than earned the right to call me by name. By the way, I wanted to tell you I was fairly impressed with your skill in the battle, especially for someone who hadn't been used to fighting in his normal form for some time. Please call me Malazur." Thanks. Malazur, I think there's a problem that I need some help with." Deciding to get right to it, Malazur turned a very serious eye on him. "Problem? What kind of a problem? Has something happened between you and my daughter?" "Oh no, sir, not that. I was watching her and realized that even though we're nearly the same, she grew up with you and, well, Tal looked down. feeling lost. Nah. Malazur was impressed and could see where this topic was going. You didn't have anyone. Your mother couldn't help you learn what dragonettes needed to learn. Is that what you're saying? He nodded his head. I can't even cast an illusion. Shifting is even hard for me to do. I don't think I'm doing it right. I was wanting to ask if you would be willing to help me remedy this. Malazur was liking this guy more and more by the minute. I would be happy to. If you want, we can start right now. I was going to go hunt, but there's no rush. Why don't you shift for me so I can watch and see what you're doing wrong, if anything? Some dragons don't have the talent for it, no matter what they do. Tal looked down at himself. He was back in his human form. Oh, let me take these off. The ones I had when I shifted before were torn to shreds. These are my only other change of clothes, and started to strip. Once down to nearly nothing. Tal shifted. Malazur knew the guy was going to need a lot of work to undo some of the things he had been doing wrong. After he watched Tal shift, he knew he was right. First was to help him shift. Malazur told him what he was doing wrong and showed him how to do it right and still be able to go back. This took about an hour, and it was discovered that Tal was limited in the number of times he could do it, and soon was unable to shift anymore. They took a break as Malazur told of what he knew of his Jetanodon's talents but couldn't remember much. When Tal had regained his energy, Malazur showed him some of the simple magics that just about all dragons could do, including Angel. Tal was surprised when, after being shown how he could light a twig or a candle, he could do it. The flame wasn't very big, but it was enough. As the day wore on, Tal learned many things. The best was that he could do illusions, and with little effort. This made him very pleased. When the two males returned to their mates and Tal was wearing an interesting wrap, it let him be completely covered without being restricted in his movements of his arms or wings or worry about it falling off. Angel liked it. Graham and Jess got there 5 days later. That's when Karen realised that Cobb had been killed and became very sad. Graham and Jess told her that Cobb died after he knew she had been freed and that he died happy with that knowledge. With the knowledge that others were coming, Angle asked Draken if he would create a new set of caves for her and Tal, which were in the same hill but around to the north. This left her old room for her parents to use and freed up the larger barracks. Draken was only too happy to do this for them, and made a nice cavern with an alcove off the main as the sleeping room. Draken also knew that for a few days at least, Karen's mother and grandmother would be staying for a few days, so made another small room off the parchment supply room for them. Talavir was impressed and grateful that Draken would do this, and surprised when Draken handed him a large sack of gold. This hill is full of small veins of this. It seems only fitting it go to you and Angel. Besides, I've still got enough from the last dig I did to last about another 100 years. Then tilted his head as he looked at the man. Draken, I feel I need to say something. You and your family have been the most astonishing group I have ever met. Don't get me wrong, I love your sister, but I feel like, I don't know, like I should do something more. Tal had not been looking at Drakon when he said this. Then he turned and stood squarely in front of Drakon. Drakon, do I have your consent to marry your sister? Tal asked formally. Draken looked him in the face. First, I think it's a little late to be asking that, don't you think? Second, it would be my father you would ask, not me. And I know you've had ample time to do so. Third, my sister loves you. My father respects you and is impressed by you. What need you of my permission? Besides, if I said anything other than yes, my life would be worth less than Yetanidun's. If my sister didn't kill me, my wife would be displeased with me. I might be the most powerful dragon wizard in the world, but I'm not going up against them. And Drakon chuckled. But if you feel that you need something, then yes, you have my permission. I've been with Karen, as she's been writing down all of this. I know what it took for you to do as she asked you to do. I know what it took for you to accept who you are. Karen's almost finished writing up this event, but if I know her, she's going to pin you down and make you tell your story to her. Don't try to get out if she won't let you. And if you think she's fun, just wait till you meet her grandmother. Like you, I didn't stand a chance. Draken gave another chuckle. So, are you satisfied? Or do you need something more? Tal slowly let a smile cross his face. No, I think I got all I needed. I don't know why, but I just didn't want to have people feeling like I was some intruder, I think. Let me ask you this. Do you love her? With all of my heart. Until that first kiss, it was like I had been only half awake. I know that feeling. Both males looked at each other and started smiling like idiots, which is how Angel found them. What are you two smiling about? Angel asked. Tal took her into his arms for a firm hug as Draken started to leave. Tal just remembered that he needed to get my permission to marry you, he said sarcastically. And? Angel asked. What and have you make my life hell if I said no? Are you crazy? Thanks, big brother. With that, Draken walked out of the cave as Tal leaned down and drew Angel into a kiss that of course became a whole lot more. Both Draken and Malazur had seen a very large group nearing the caves about a week later, but after a quick flyby told them that it was Cal and the others. Though no one knew why there was such a large number. It was thought that it would take about 3 days until they got to the caves. It was decided that Malazur and Angel would go and retrieve Karen's family and the Padre. Tal wanted to go, but thought that Sarah would have taken the rest of the day to make them tell all that had happened, as well as make them get married before they left the village. Karen knew her grandmother, and knew she would do just that. They left that night, so that they could get there just after the sun came up. The people of Riversand were still surprised and somewhat frightened when they saw a large dragon standing in a field, not far from the town. At first they thought it was Draken, but then they realised that this dragon was larger and darker in colour. The only thing that kept them from having fits was that they saw the strange little winged beauty. After a moment, the dragon shimmered and shifted into the form of a human and walked towards one of the houses. To the surprise of Angel, Karen's mother Marion, looking somewhat tired, met her and Malazur at the door. Well, what brings you here so early? Not that I'm not glad to see you. Hello, Marion. You remember my father Malazur? Angel said as she gestured to him. Yes, I believe I do. Please come in. Marion moved aside to let them in. Angel noticed right away that Sarah wasn't up, which was something out of the ordinary, as she and her father walked in. But Angel was distracted for a moment by the fact that a cute little bundle of giggles ran across the room at her. Angel, 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 Drea said as she ran and Angel scooped her up. Drea, shh, Grandma's sleeping, she needs her rest. Angel looked at Malazur, who also looked inquisitive back at her. Marion, is Sarah all right? Asked Malazur. No, she got something going on in her chest as well as a low fever and coughs. The doctor's been to see her, but what he's been giving me to give her doesn't seem to be working. I was hoping Draken was going to be coming by soon. Dad, would you mind taking a look at her? Angel asked. Of course not. Marion, if you'd be kind enough to take me to your mother. Malazur responded. I don't understand. Why would I take you to see my mother? Marion asked. If your mother is as sick as it sounds, then she is in need of a true healer. I may not be as strong as Draken, but I'm no slouch. Malazur said with pride. Marion, my father has healing spells. Where do you think Draken got them from? Angel said with a smile. Marion gasped, then shook her head. Boy, am I a dunce today. Sir, if you'd please follow me. And with that, she led Malazur to Sarah's room. Malazur wasted little time and found the trouble quickly. He also knew why the doctor's medicine wasn't working. It took some doing to get the infection out of Sarah and repair the things that had happened. Once he was finished, he left her still asleep. She should wake in about an hour or so. That was a nasty bug she had. I just hope I got it all. Grandma better now? Drea asked from the arms of Angel. She will be, sweetie. Malazur smiled at the child and realised that his daughter hadn't shifted. Angel, don't you think it better if you were in your human form? Why, everyone knows me. The kids love it. When I was here a few years ago, I would take some of the kids for a quick flight. Of course, they had to have their parents' permission. Most just wanted me to hold them on my shoulders so they could see over everyone else's heads for a change. He just shook his head and chuckled. There was some more talk, then Marion brought the conversation back to the beginning. So what's on the agenda for today? We've had some trouble. There was another attack, Malazur stated. Marion turned white as a sheet. Way to go, Dad. Scare the scat out of her. Sheesh. Marion, it's all right. Just relax and we tell you some of what happened, but I think we need to wait for Sarah so as to save us time in answering a lot of the same questions. Yes, there was another attack. Draken was hurt, but he is all better now. Karen had been taken. Marion stopped breathing for a moment as Angel continued. Marion, it's all right. Breathe. It wouldn't be good for you to fall over. Karen was rescued and is back home. We did lose one of our friends in the fight and he fought bravely. There's more, but we weren't going to tell you all of it, but let Karen do it when we take you to see her. We're having a celebration and you're invited. But Karen's all right? And Draken? They're both safe and well? Marion asked fearfully. Yes. We had already been going to the caves when Draken called for aid. He took out 4 dragons before I could get there, and he was still battling the 5th. It took days to heal him. It was one of the few times that I wished I had his powers. Karen was brave, though she was injured in the battle. I still don't know how Draken managed to make it to us at the end of the battle, but he did. Jetanadon was killed, and now the dragon world is in some chaos as 2 council members were killed. Draken is sure to be appointed, but the other post will have to be debated. Malazur finished. The 3 chatted for a while more as Angel fixed breakfast for all of them when Sarah finally woke up. When she came out of her room feeling better than she had in a long while, expecting to find Draken and Karen, she found Angel and Malazur. There were hugs and kisses and plenty of thanks from Sarah to Malazur for the healing. Malazur, having learned from how he had handled the telling of the event, soon told more about the attack and Karen's rescue, but left the really good parts for when they got to the caves. Marion, Sarah, would you be willing to come with us for our celebration? Karen really would love to have you there, asked Malazur. Sarah looked at Marion, then back. We'd have to fly to get there, wouldn't we? Yes, you would. Karen is also wanting to have the Padre from here come and offer praise for their friend who died, and to offer comfort to his comrades. Do you think he would be willing? Sarah thought for a moment, smiled, and, I'll bet he'll be willing once I get done with him. Angel, dear breakfast was good, but would you go and get the dear Padre? Tell him to pack for a few days that I would assume we'll be staying. Yes, at least, Malazur said smugly. Angel scooped up Drea and headed out the door. When she returned, Sarah and Marion were both ready and waiting. What's this I hear about Karen wanting me to come to the caves? Asked the Padre. Malazur told a very short version of the battle, and how Karen thought it would give comfort to the man's friends, even though the man was already buried. The Padre understood, and was pleased that Karen had thought of it. Marion, I need to do some shopping before I get back to the caves. Could I keep Drea with me? I promise I'll be very careful with her. Angel asked. Oh, I don't know. Looked to Malazur, then to her mother, trying to think of what would be the best. Draken carries 2 people easily, so I know 3 shouldn't be a problem for your father, but... No, can you hold her as well as holding your things and holding on? That would be my question. Malazur put in. All right, even if Malazur carried all-out things, I would still have a hard time with it. You're not planning on getting a lot while shopping, are you? No, just a few things I thought I could use. I was thinking of getting some fabric and trying to learn to sew. Karen was already thinking of making a new skirt or 2. True, I don't need to, but I thought it would be interesting to learn. Angel gave a soft smile, and when she looked to her father, she winked. All right, but be careful. While you're running your errands, would you see if you can talk to Elder Parker for me, and see if he can have one of his boys look after the animals for a day or 2? Marion asked. Of course, Angel said as she still held Drea. As they all started moving everything outside, Marion went to check the animals and made sure they had plenty of food for a good day, then met the group in the field. Malazur shifted, gathered all of the stuff that was to be carried, then had his passengers take their places. After they were secure, he launched himself into the air. Angel was sure that the Padre was never going to want to fly ever again. After talking to Elder Parker and his wife that Marion and Sarah were on their way to see Karen for a very big celebration, she set off to do her shopping. Draken had plenty of coin, so she just borrowed some and went looking for kitchen utensils, pots, pans, and large spoons and a good knife or two. Then she went to find some nice soft fabric so that she could help Karen make baby clothes. Dryer helped with this because if she liked it, it was good enough. Angel hadn't been kidding when she said people were used to her as herself, and the kids all ran around her asking for this and that, or wanting to hear something about the dragons. She told them the next time she was in. She would have a wonderful story to tell them of a great battle, but they had to let her do what she needed to do so that she could get home. The kids left her alone, and soon enough Angel had all she needed with Dryer tucked in tight to her. She too was away. Malazur felt sorry for the Padre. Sarah really hadn't given him enough time or warning before they left. Then again he forgot that and launched into the air instead of taking it easy. But when they came to land and the Padre was helped down, Malazur could see that other than being ghost white, he was otherwise unmarked. Karen hadn't realised how much she missed her family, and because of the events of the past weeks and the emotions currently working through her, she was a mess. It took near half an hour to calm down. Draken wisely let Marion and Sarah handle it. In the end, it was the lack of little arms that brought Karen out of it. "Mum, where's Dryer?" Angel has her. She wanted to do some shopping and asked if she could keep Dryer. In all truth, I'm glad she did. It was hard to hold on. I don't even want to think about what would have... Never mind. So why don't you start at the beginning and tell us what happened? Marion started. Yes, what happened? Malazur and Angel wouldn't tell us all of it. I know there's more to it. The two kept winking at each other. So talk, demanded Sarah. I will. Why don't we start with dinner? You must be hungry, and I need to eat. It will also give Angel time to get here. As everyone moved to the table, Sarah grabbed Karen by the arm and looked her squarely in the eyes. That was fun, since she was shorter than Karen now. Then, after a moment, reached out her hand and placed it on the little bump and felt a quiver. Karen, girl, you're... When? I swear, girl, you're going to make me old yet. Mom, what is it? Marion asked. Sarah, still with a hand on Karen's tummy, turned her towards Marion. Well, Grandma, isn't she just glowing? It took a moment for Marion to get it, but when she did, took her daughter into her arms for another round of hugs and tears. By the time Angel landed just over an hour later, everyone was sitting around talking with the first half of the story out of the way. When Angel came in, took off her sack, then turned to the group and frowned. Darn, you already told them about the babies, didn't you? Babies! Exclaimed both Marion and Sarah at the same time. Dryer, having seen her sister, was placed on the ground so that she could run to her. Karen scooped her up. Angel, I said it before, you certainly know how to make an entrance. Which caused both her and Dracon to bust up laughing, followed closely by Malazur, Beth and Angel herself. After a moment, the Padre, looking very confused, said, Would someone please tell me what is going on? Sorry, Padre, Karen said as she tried to control herself. As you have, or should I say, my grandmother has guessed I'm pregnant. And yes, it's going to be twins. That's part of the other half of the story. And now that Angel is here, we can tell the rest. With the help of the others, the rest of the story was told, and then Angel took up her part. Again, Karen's grandmother scowled and scolded, but was very happy and demanded to meet Tal. Tal had made himself scarce when the in-laws arrived and waited for his love to get there before facing them. Angel led him in, having shifted herself to match how he was. Sarah, Marion, this is Talavia, son of Kendra of Deep Creek. Sarah got up and looked the man right in the face, smiled and said, Thank you for saving my granddaughter, but now that we've seen this side of you, let's see the other. Tal looked almost frightened. Come on, I won't bite. Come on, let's have it. Tal looked to Angel for a moment. Then from the table came a soft chanting. Shift, 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 shift. Angel just beamed. Tal finally shrugged and let himself shift. Sarah had to take a step back to look at all of him, and the only thing that came out of her mouth was, "Wow!" Dryer, who was in Karen's lap, got down and toddled over to him. Tal saw her coming and looked down at her when she got to his feet. "You big, fly me, fly me, fly me!" Dryer chanted with arms raised to be lifted up. Gently as Tal could, he picked up the child, not knowing what else to do. "Maybe tomorrow, little one. It's too dark out now." Tal would have put her down, but Dryer had a hold of him and didn't think she would let him go without some kind of a fuss. Sarah standing in front of him. "So that's why you really wanted the Padre. You're not pregnant yet, are you?" Tal paled and Angel chuckled. "No, Sarah, I'm not. And Tal and I talked about it and are going to wait like Karen and Drac did. Yes, that's why the Padre is really here. But it is true for the other two. We have other friends that should be here by late tomorrow or the next day sometime, so we want to wait for them." Sarah smiled even more, then took Dryer. "Come on, sweetheart, let's get you something to eat." Once Dryer was fed and all but asleep in Tal's lap, as she crawled over to him when she was finished eating, finished telling the rest of the story. Malazur and Dracon were amazed at what Karen was able to do, and wondered if she still could but didn't push it right then. "Those babies are going to be powerful. Angel never woke to talk to me," Beth said. "I didn't need to. You were happy, and other than at the first when I was way too small to do anything, we were all fine," Angel replied. "Karen, can you still hear them?" "No, they've gone back to sleep, and I'm not about to wake them either." This got a quiet laugh out of everyone. "There is something I would love to know, Dracon love. How did you know where to find us?" "Darling, the night before the rescue I couldn't sleep. For the first time in my life I felt like I was going to be sick. Then about midnight I was just lying in bed when I swear I heard you crying and I couldn't take it. I took to the skies and let the crying lead me. By morning I had a better idea of where I needed to go because I could smell you and the others. And I was crying because I was missing you and feeling so bad and I didn't know why." Karen held Dracon as he held her, and both let their tears wash away what was left of their fears and pain of the event. As the evening came to a close, Karen showed her mother and grandmother to their room as it got late and the others headed off to bed. The next day was spent getting everything ready for the celebration. Dracon and Malazur were off hunting. Angel was showing off her new home to Marion and Sarah and telling them how she had ordered a similar stove to the one that Karen had, as well as the lumber for a table. Tal had told Angel that he would build her a nice set of shelves once everything had calmed down some, but then was cornered by a very exuberant little one chanting "Fly me," until finally he scooped her up, flung her around in a circle several times, then took her outside for a very short flight up then back. Plans for the wedding were then made to take place after the other group had arrived. There was enough food to feed an army if needed, but that was what they were expecting. It was mid-morning when a rider came into the clearing. Randy was a welcome sight to everyone and he was happy to see them. He told them that the rest of the party would be arriving just after noon. Then he looked around and saw the signs of a celebration and asked what was going on. "Haven't I got enough cause to celebrate? And with several of our friends coming, we thought to have a big feast," was all that Karen would say, and went back to what she was doing. Randy knew there was more, but he also knew that he would get nothing out of Karen, Dracon, or any of the other family members. So he turned to his two friends to have them tell what was going on, but they would only tell him part of the rescue and smile when he demanded to know more. The area in front of the caves had been cleared a little to make room, and a second corral was created on Angel's side of the hill. Everything was ready when the party arrived, led by Cal with Jerry, Arden, Otter and Fallen riding right beside him. They came to a stop in front of the cave, dismounted and bowed to those waiting. When they stood back up, Cal turned and waved for others to come forwards. "My lords and ladies, it is my pleasure to introduce to you the King's representative, Duke Niall of Vasta Norland." Cal finished and stepped back. A man stepped forward, and there was no doubt that he was whom he claimed. Then to Karen's and all the others' surprise, the man dropped to one knee as he bowed. I greet you this day in the hopes that there will be peace and prosperity for all. We come with sorrow for those that have fallen and relief for the return of she who was taken. We tried to get here sooner, but distance was a hindrance. My people and I have been told that here all are equal until something is proven to show that it isn't. We have also been told that a library of knowledge abounds here with information lost to those of this kingdom. My king has sent me to learn from this knowledge and offer an alliance and to see if a treaty can be gained. Everyone was stunned and speechless until Sarah stepped forward. How do we know this is a true offer, Niall? What do you bring but men with weapons? The Duke looked up at Sarah with a face that was both shocked and angered, but then a slow smile crept across his face. He turned his head slightly and yelled, "Men disarm!" He looked back to the woman standing defiantly in front of him and waited for the noise to stop. Then continued when it did. "We came thinking to do battle and help our friends." As he was still on his knee, he drew his sword and laid it down, then drew his dagger and with it in his hand point towards him. "If you still think I'm here for something more than I have said, take my dagger and use it." Sarah smiled even more. "My, what a big show for a little fellow. Don't you think, Niali?" The Duke looked at the woman standing there. He hadn't heard the name Niali since he was a boy. Then he saw her and knew who she was. "Sarah? Sarah, what the... How did you get... What?" The Duke had too many questions to ask and couldn't get them out. "Karen stepped forward. Grandma, what's going on?" Duke Niall used to live in Riversand when he was younger. When a war was threatening, the king called all his family to him, and Niall and his family went as they were kin. I was the only one to get away with calling him Niali. "That's because I like you," the Duke said with a funny smile. "If we hadn't moved, I was, even at 6 years old, planning to marry you. You weren't the only one. I cried for over a month when you left," Sarah confessed with a soft voice. "Me too." Then to everyone's surprise, "Marry me?" Niall asked. "What?" Sarah exclaimed. "Marry me," Niall repeated. "Niall, I can't." "Like hell she can't," said Marion and Karen at the same time. Marion came to stand next to her mother. "Mum, I love you. The last 4 years you have taken care of my daughters and me. Now it's my turn to take care of you. Daddy would have wanted it." Sarah, for the first time in her life, was beside herself with indecision. Dracon decided to put his 2 coins in. "What makes you worthy of her?" Niall turned to see the smaller of the 2 dragons step forward. He swallowed hard. "I have never stopped loving her. My marriage was an arranged one, though I think we came to love each other on some level. She gave me 2 strong boys. When she died in a stupid accident, I was distraught. She was riding when her horse was bitten by a snake and threw her. She hit her head and was killed instantly. My sons have been my joy. One has already given me grandchildren. The other can't seem to make up his mind." "That's because I haven't found the right one, Faither," said a young man that came forward. "My lord, my father is a hard-working, loving man. The king trusts him above all others. If he was in love with her back then, his love is still strong for her now." There was silence for a long time as looks were exchanged. Finally, "Where would we live if I married you?" Sarah asked. "Anywhere you wish," Niall replied. "Even here?" Sarah said with a smile and a twinkle in her eyes. "If there is an extra cave that we can call our own, then yes, even here," answered Niall. Sarah was taken aback for a moment, then became herself again. "Then you're lucky that there isn't. And it's just as lucky that the padre is already here. It seems that there is going to be a double wedding." "A double wedding?" several people said at the same time. "That's part of the celebration. Angel, Draken's sister, is to wed this day," Sarah announced. "What's the other part other than the return of the stolen lady?" Niall asked. Karen stepped closer to Dracon and placed a hand to her tummy, then looked up at Dracon. He smiled, then rose up and yelled, "She's having my babies!" Dracon had been dying to say it. Cheers erupted from all over, and several others came forward. That was the start of the celebration. All formality was dropped, and introductions were made. Then, after about an hour and a quick consultation with the padre, the ceremony was set and started. Tal had watched all of it, and just couldn't make his brain take it all in. By evening, everyone just sat around and talked, retelling of the rescue and of the past 4 years. Karen couldn't help notice that her grandmother was indeed in love with the Duke, and knew that he would make her happy. What was a surprise was that the Duke's youngest son, Barry, was holding Drea and talking to Marion with a strange look in his eyes. Marion had it too, but Karen decided that she would wait till tomorrow to tell Sarah and see if they shouldn't get married now or wait and see what happens. Karen saw Tal talking to several others and looked totally relaxed in his real form. He and Angel had been wed that way. Since no one seemed to mind, he stayed that way. Draken couldn't believe how the winds were blowing, but he wasn't going to change a thing. That night, when he took his wife to bed, he couldn't help but place his head on the little bump of her tummy and just listened. Karen knew he was listening to the heartbeats of his children, and it made her very happy. The next day was to provide its own surprises, as just before noon 3 dragons appeared and seemed to be making for the caves. Room was made for the new guests, but just in case weapons were kept handy. The 3 that landed were of the council. Malazur, Draken, we have come to discuss the opening of a council seat. What need have I of a council that condemned me and even tried to have me killed on more than one occasion? Draken demanded. We are greatly saddened that those events occurred. As you may know, Maldubar was going to name you as successor. Those of us that knew this have come to offer this to you. We have also come to hear the tale of what happened to Jetanadon and how he was defeated. Who cares what you want? You could have stopped Jetandon years ago but chose to do nothing. Tal stepped forward. The dragons looked down at him with just a touch of disgust. You have no business with us half-breed. You will mind your place. And you will mind yours, Malazur said. This is Draken's home as well as his. By the way, he is Talavir, son of Kendra of Deep Creek, and the last of the line of Narvissul. How the hell can that be? Jetandon was the last and he had no offspring. Yes, he did. 631 years ago he raped my mother and I was born. 30 years later he came back and slaughtered my family and my village. Rage was burning in Tal's eyes. This can't be. If this is true, then this just can't be. The dragon looked to the others and knew they knew the same. Then he recited a very old prophecy. Blood stopped by the sun, only to be stopped by the sun will sit the high throne to unite all. What kind of nonsense is this? Malazur asked. It is a very old prophecy, one that Jetanadon thought was for him. You see, Narvissul killed his father to take the council seat because his father was a bad rule. Jetanadon killed his father because his father saw the evil that Jetanadon would do and chose someone else to take his council seat. What was not widely known was that the prophecy was made by Narvissul the first over 50,000 years earlier. Jetanadon's father was named for him. But Jetanadon never could have taken the high throne. He would never have passed the test, said one of the others. Why? Asked Draken, Malazur and Tal at the same time. Though Draken knew. The throne is enchanted and test any that sit in it to see if they are worthy. We used to use it to decide who would be on the council, but stopped because too often the dragon trying for the council was killed if the throne didn't weigh them well. In 10,000 years only one has been put to the chair. And the dragon looked directly at Drakon. Malazur returned and saw Drakon shy away. You put my son to the throne. Why? Malazur growled angrily. With the prediction that was made about him, how could we not? But he is here, as you can see. But the question is, what happens now? Well, I think that's easy. Tal is to take his place on the throne, and then he can take his place on the council, Angel said as she came to stand by her mate. Everyone was silent for a moment before the 3 dragons began arguing. That lasted all of a minuet until the Duke took a hand. Silence! That shocked them. Now, as the human representative to the royal family, I would like to know why you have such a problem. You have no right to speak in this matter, human, bellowed one of the dragons. Like hell it doesn't, Sarah and Karen said at the same time. Karen looked to Sarah quickly, and Sarah bowed to her and stepped back. Karen turned to the others. I am Karen, wife of the great dragon wizard Draken, and soon to be the mother of his children. By that marriage I have the right to be heard, and so would my family. As that man is my new grandfather, and with luck his son will be marrying my mother as well. He is, as he said, the royal representative, his cousin, being the king of this land that you are standing in. By the Treaty of Kalashadir you have no choice but to listen to him. How dare you! You have... began one of the dragons. Hold, said another. Then he turned to Karen. How is it you know of that treaty? It has not been used by dragons in many years. I was told of it by Shazemne. We have also used it when men, wizards and dragons have come against us. I have upheld it against humans, and I will uphold it to dragons, Karen stated. How would you hold that treaty against us? Asked the one that had bellowed before. You and your kind claim to follow a code of honor, but the way you are acting I would have to disagree. That treaty says that when you are in human territories and are confronted with a royal representative, you are obligated to listen to them. He is the law here, not you. The three dragons looked to each other, but couldn't come up with a way out of it. You are a surprise young woman, and you are correct. We will listen to this representative. Karen turned a smile on the Duke and stepped back to stand with Draken. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I'm still waiting for the reason as to why Talavir is unacceptable to be tested. He is the same as Draken, isn't he? Niall asked again. No, he isn't. He is a half-breed. He is not dragon and not human. Draken is a half-breed. I am a full dragon, and Beth, my mate, is full human. Draken is not the norm, I would say. Yes, he is more dragon as he was born that way. Yet as you look at him, he is different. His children will be even more human, Malazur calmly announced. Draken is more dragon than human because the human part of his heart resides in me, Beth said as she came forward. My lady, what are you talking about? The Duke asked. Malazur looked to Beth. Darling, are you sure about this? I'm not ashamed, I'm proud as hell. Beth stroked Malazur's face, then turned back to the Duke. To answer your question, let me ask you this. How could a true human live for over 500 years? The short version is, about 6 months after Draken was born, we were summoned to the council where my fear of enclosed spaces got the better of me. My heart stopped and I died. Draken came to me, but even with all his power, he couldn't get my heart to start. So he took his human heart from his chest and gave it to me. Draken remembered everything as if it had happened yesterday, and he felt for a moment like that little dragonette that he was. He could still hear the scream from his mother. Karen knew Draken was reliving the memories. She also knew that it hurt him that he couldn't do the same for her. Karen didn't care, it was the moment that mattered. My lady, do you tell me that you're over? The Duke was too stunned to continue. I am Draken's mother. He was born 507 years ago. You do the numbers. Beth looked to the council members. One of them was the same one that placed her in the seeing shield that had killed her. One of your oldest seers proclaimed that Draken will sit on the council. Now it seems that the time for that has come. If there is another prophecy that pertains to Talavir, then that too must be followed. Talavir had no choice but to kill his father. Jetanadon did. My daughter will be there to ensure that any children they have will know a loving father, or she just might have to kick his ass. Beth looked at both Angel and Tal with a smile and a wink. Angel wrapped her arms around Tal. Damn right, that cycle ended. I would rather kill myself than see something like that happen. After some more discussion, it was agreed that Tal would be tested, but not soon. I'm on my honeymoon. Why don't you come find me in, say, 20, 30 or 100 years from now, and we'll take care of that testing thing. That got a laugh out of several. Then one of them turned to Draken. Draken, You must come with us then, so that you can be sworn in and acknowledged. Oh, I can't come right now. My wife is going to be having twins and you never know what can happen. I think I'm going to agree with Tal, come find me in, say, 100 years or so. Until then, I think my father should hold my place for me. What? Said several people at once, the loudest of which came from Malazur. Yes, that sounds like a very good idea. That will also give us more time to work on our library. I still need to corner Tal and get his story. His mother deserves to be known. I do have an idea for Malazur if he's willing to hear it, Karen said as she looked at Malazur. Since it would seem I have no say in the matter, I would hear your idea, he said with a chuckle. It might be a good idea to know if there are more like Tal out there. With Draken and Tal on the council, the rules about them need to be changed. How many grew up like Tal or worse? They may need help, or they may be just fine. The other side is to trace bloodlines and see how much crossbreeding has been done. That's 2 ideas, Malazur said with a chuckle. Then think of it as one from each grandchild. The area erupted in laughter. After a long while and continued discussion, it was agreed that in 100 years the council would call for Tal to be tested, and then he and Draken would take their places on the council. Malazur agreed to take the position for that term for his son and hold proxy for Tal. The council members left, and Sarah then turned to her daughter and the Duke's son and smiled. So should I get the padre now, or as Karen said, are you going to wait? Sarah said to the 2. Sarah, what are you talking about? Asked Niall. You haven't guessed. Look at them. As he turned, he was shocked as Barry, his son, was holding Marion protectively in his arms while she held her daughter. Then he looked into Barry's eyes and knew that Sarah and Karen were right. Boy, you picked the damnest time to fall in love, didn't you? Marion looked at her mother, then at Barry. Barry, on the other hand, just looked as though he swallowed a live fish and it was still swimming around. Then he looked at where he was and whom he was with. And just as he was about to say something, the decision was taken right out of his hands when Dreyer reached out to him and said, Yes, Daddy, please. Yes, please. That got a laugh and the padre came forward and began the ceremony. 7 months later, Karen gave birth to 2 beautiful babies, a boy named Pete, after Karen's departed grandfather, and a girl named Kendra to honour Tal's mother. Both looked fully human. Then one day, both shifted and looked just like small but full dragonets with short, immature tails and wings. For the next year, the 2 children shifted often and soon had full control over it. The 100 years had come and Draken and Tal were summoned to the Great Hall to take their places on the council. Karen watched as the ancient words were said that would bind both to the duties of the office. Draken looked at his lovely wife and their 2 children, and wondered for the umpteenth time what he had done to deserve such riches. Karen was all but glowing as she watched and waited with the children, as well as Angel and her 2 children. That was when Draken realised that Karen was glowing in that curtain way, so he reached out to her. Karen, love, are you well? Yes, my darling, Karen replied ever so innocently. Really, I know you are happy, but you seem to be glowing even more than you normally do in my eyes. Yes, my darling. Yes, to what? Karen, is there something you should tell me? Draken asked with just a little frustration. Yes to both your questions, Karen answered, smiling. Draken stumbled in the words that he was reciting, but continued. Angel leaned over just a little and whispered, So, I guess you just told him the news. Karen only nodded, then Kendra leaned in. What news, Mum? You will just have to wait for your father to finish, then he can tell you. Karen smiled at her daughter, but said nothing more till the end of the ceremony, when Draken suddenly jumped from his place, shifted, then took Karen into his arms. Oh, Karen, is it true? Please tell me, is it true? Karen only nodded. Kendra again asked, Papa, what is it? What's true? Oh, you 2. You always keep secrets. Kendra, dear, your mother is going to give you a big present, but it won't get here for several months. I do hope that you and your brother can wait that long. How many months? Why do we have to wait? Can't we have it now? She asked. No, because it needs time to grow until it's ready to come out. That's when Niall, Angel's oldest boy, popped up and said, "Oh man, not another one!" This sent all of the adults into fits of laughter, and Kendra and her brother into angry stares. "Mum, what is it that has to grow and for how long until we get it?" asked Pete. "Well, I think if my numbers are right, then about 8 months should do," Karen added. Both children looked at each other and exchanged their ideas in their secret language that they shared, then looked at their mother again, but from a different perspective. "Mum, are you saying that you're going to have another baby?" Karen smiled at her children for guessing correctly and nodded. That's when Malazur and Beth finally made their way over to the group, only to be pounced on and told of the pregnancy. The group flew home to their caves for a celebration, and for Karen to write up the chronicle of the ceremony and place it in with the rest of the histories.